Hello, I have arrived here. If we haven't met before, my name is Kaiko. Thanks for joining me. Welcome back, everybody. How are you today? Sorry I'm so late. I couldn't find my background. Well, how are you? I hope you're doing well for a Friday. Fridays are usually good days unless you have to work the weekends. Blood Moon, congratulations on first. Zoro, Snorlax, Amp, Fuji, Elian, Stinky, Tomoya, Shrimpy.
Hello, dearest Kaiko. Good evening to you and Uwu.
And Uwu. Levy, Lake, Kirby, Dr. Sparkle Pants. How are you all today? And Beef, how are you? A 20 stream streak, let's go.
Drink water, you dehydrated
And
bitch.
Fru. Hi, Fru. How are you today? How is everybody? Yeah, it's story night.
Hi,
yeah.
honey.
A 45 stream streak, let's go. Thank you for the head pats, I appreciate it. You're good? I'm glad to hear it. I'm very glad to hear it. I can be bigger. There we go. That's a good spot. How am I? I'm doing very well, yeah. I got quite a bit of sleep today. I'm happy about that. It was broken up again. You know, where you sleep like a few hours and then you wake up and you're like, I need to do stuff, but I only got a few hours of sleep. Then you go back to sleep and sleep for another couple hours and you're like, I should probably get up. and then you go back to sleep. That's how I work sometimes. Or don't work because I didn't get anything else done. That's just how it goes. I always slept in the Middle Ages, and it's probably more natural for human beings since that's how every single animal other than humans sleep. It makes sense. I've always been on the side that nap time should be a thing. I always feel more like productive when I immediately wake up unless I've tried to sleep through the, I don't know, I've got a whole night of sleep, a whole 8 hours. I've slept through the night and then I wake up and like, ugh. Sound like you after you know you have to do things when you wake up? Yeah. Yep, that's what it is. I get so overwhelmed with all the things that I have to do. I'm like, oh, I need to do this, I need to get that done, I forgot about that, and I've got to get this done. You know, maybe I'll just go back to sleep. Maybe I'll just go back to sleep. Or I attempt to do something, and then I get sidetracked. And then I've done nothing, and then I go back to sleep. We used to get nap time in school, and then they took it away. Yeah, I don't understand why when you're little, when you have a bunch of energy, right? They're like, okay, go to sleep. And then as soon as you start getting older, they're like, no, you don't get to sleep. Why? You posted another dance video? We'll have to watch it tonight. I didn't see that. I went into the Discord and I was like, I should let them know I'm gonna go live soon because I'm late. I'm an hour late. And it might not seem like that because every time I play a game with Moo, this is about the normal starting time, but I like to start at like 10:30. I mean, I used to start at 7 p.m. my time. Isn't that amazing? Way back in the day. But then I also ended early. I'd end around like 2 a.m. I had a really good music lesson today. Your teacher told you that she tells her friends about you. That's really cool. I'm glad to hear it. Yeah, and 1 hour becomes like 3, and before you know it, it's 1 p.m. Yep. As if I don't actually, you know, sometimes go to sleep at 1 p.m. Well, here's the thing. I try to go to sleep right away, and then sometimes it works, and then other times it's like... But what if instead you worried about all these things that you did yesterday, or things that happened when you were 10 years old and you don't have anything to do with now? What if we just thought about that? What if we just dwell on that for a little while and then go from there. How about we try that? Yeah. No brain. I don't care about that stuff. That's long past. I need to go. I need to go to bed. You giving up on early Kaiko? Yeah. And I will say, if I ever get a freaking job again, I'll have to be like in that time period again where it's like 7 or 8 start time and then end early. Someday. Hopefully, I appreciate it. Also, hopefully you can hear the fire and it's not just me in dead air. You believe? Here's hoping. Yeah, I thought I had this scene saved somewhere else, and it was not where I expected it to be, so I had to rebuild it. Hi, Cruel. How are you today? Wish your brain reminded you of more pleasant or funny memories, so you could laugh your energy away. Yeah. Not like that time you tooted so bad in junior high. Your friend banned you from Taco Bell. Oh no. You got the Teo variant? Let's go. In my PC account, I've got both Teo and McQueen variants and their originals. The PC account is really lucky for polls. My normal account, not so much. I did get the McQueen variant though, which is good because I didn't have McQueen at all, so that's something. Hey Ambi, how are you? On your phone account, you got McQueen variant and 30 polls. I had done quite a few polls, and I didn't get any SSRs. And I want to say it was like 40 because I had saved a bunch up. And then a couple days later, I just did a random poll. And I was like, I've got one. I'll just try. You got McQueen. All right. I don't know what I expected. Should just be grateful that I got her. I also pulled Biwa randomly like that too. Just I did a couple polls, a couple single polls, and I got Biwa Hayahide. I tried all day today on my phone account to do a playthrough with Rice Shower, but I cannot for the life of me do a complete run with her. I always get to the Tenno show, and she's out immediately. It's like there's nothing. It's like first place. Tenno show 8th, 9th. What happened? What? How are you doing so well and then you just tanked? Fickle horses. That's what it is. Fickled horses. What are you gonna do, you know? I thought about playing that today too. I was like, am I in the mood to do just chatting? Do I have enough to talk about to do just chatting? I haven't even had D&D in like a month. Luckily I have it tomorrow though. I don't even know what to talk about. Pickled horses? Ooh. Actually, I think Goldship has like a random trait that can come about that's like a fickled maiden or something like that, where for a round or two she'll just block you in. She'll like limit what training you can do to something specific. Like everything will be like you won't be able to train in anything except for like guts or something like that. It's crazy. Like what? Send me the sleep medicine that you use. Is it like a melatonin stuff? Because that doesn't really work for me. I've tried. It doesn't shut my brain off. That's the thing. It constantly goes. And I could do what my therapist recommended a long time ago, which was like keep a journal and write down all the thoughts before you go to bed. But then I don't. I don't do that. I'll do it for like a couple days and like, this is boring. I don't wanna do this. I just wanna go to bed. You haven't had that happen in your 2 gold chip runs? I've ran gold chip a few times because the first playthrough I didn't realize that slacker was a thing that could happen, and she just stopped showing up to practice for a while. It's not melatonin? Okay. Then maybe. It's diphenhydramine. Diphenhydramine. Never heard of it. But I don't know if you could tell right there, but I was pretty proud that I said the word. Like, I said that correctly, I think. Hi kittens. How are you? Honestly, I think it's because you made sure she was in a great mood. Like, if you don't take care of them, then they might trigger. I did have a habit in the early days that if it wasn't at least normal, I wouldn't like let them go out on recreation or anything like that. It was like, you're in a normal mood, that's fine. But then I learned my lesson from that. They should at least be in a good mood, if not a great mood. I still can't run Ray Shower either. I looked up like, what should I be focusing on with her, because everything I tried has just failed. And they're like, oh, guts is a primary thing, and then you want stamina and like power and speed. I was like, okay, I can do that. Same thing happened. I don't know what to do with her. Every other horse I've made through a complete run, except for her. I've got like 10 rice showers. The last thing that I've been trying to do is just get through a single playthrough. It was really heartbreaking that I won the hot spring tickets with her. I was like, oh man, I got him with rice shower? That's not gonna go anywhere. She can't win the Tenno show. I'm out of alarm clocks, and I was like, so it's like a one-shot thing. You don't get a redo unless it's the one, like, the free one that you get every day. Damn it. Just let Guts build itself, unless all the support cards are on it. I have a tendency to focus on, like, if it's a front runner, then obviously speed and stamina are going to be the biggest things, right? Maybe a little bit of wit so that they don't fall into any debuffs. Pace chaser and late surger, I tend to focus more on power and speed, and then have like a bunch of skills for stamina. And it's worked every time. Except for with rice shower. I don't get it.
Today the lawn guy came, and the trash, and the mail. But if I don't park on the lawn, in the lawn guy's way, there's only the curb, either in the mail guy's way or the trash people's way. So it took some car juggling, but everything got done.
I would be so irritated. Maybe you all come on a different day so that I could actually park my car correctly. I can't link it for some reason. Where it's giving you a CAPTCHA? Is that like the thing where you have to log in to like select all the bicycles? I got one that was a puzzle piece the other day. I was like, oh, it's like a fun game. You're not so good at any gacha games? I like that, yeah, it's a gacha game, and yeah, you can spend money to get the horses and cars that you want, but you don't need to. I just enjoy playing the game as it is. Those things, yeah, click and hold this button. I hate those. Most of them are just terrible. Like, pick the square with all the buses. Okay, but does it have to be like... What if part of the bumper is in a square? Does that count? Because it's technically in that square. I wonder if Twitter aggravates you. I don't think I have ever seen it. No, I don't think I have. I don't even know what I tried to sign into the other day. But the puzzle piece was pretty cool. Because it was like playing a little game. I was like, ooh. And then they do the childlike ones is like, pick the 2 things that match. Ooh! Okay. These things match. I'm good at this. Just to pick the ones with the bicycles or the buses or the trains. Those ones give me anxiety. Just select all the ones that have the crosswalk in them.
Honey.
But this one only has a sliver of it. Does that technically count? I don't know what the computer thinks. Hi Leroy, how are you today? It's too confusing. I don't mind some of them, but those ones are terrible. I don't like it.
Give me back my brain cell.
Give me back my brain cell. You are home? Welcome home, Okairi. And hopefully it's a weekend, the start of a weekend. I spent most of the day thinking that it was Sunday for some reason. Only to realize it was Friday. Woke up and I'm like, yeah, I don't think I have necessarily anything specifically that is, you know, time crunch. I could stream if I want to. And then my brain would be like, it's Friday. Oh right, I have a reading stream. Okay. I gotta make sure that I'm prepared for that. Good thing is Sunday, I don't have anything to do specifically for stream. It's Friday. God damn it. It was Sunday. Don't like big calendar. Change the narrative. Thank you. Glad somebody believes. Glad somebody believes me. Just DM me the name? Okay. I'll have to check it out. See if I can get a small bottle. Something. Yeah. So I didn't, like I said, I was debating on whether or not even to have a just chatting stream tonight because I didn't have anything specifically that I wanted to talk about. I mean, I think I did at one point, but it was not like anything. I over time just shared it on stream anyway. I need to really like save stuff for when I do these. So I mean, mostly it's just gonna be reading some stories. It's not gonna be a super long stream because I do have D&D in the morning and I should be asleep for that. I mean, not for D&D. I should go to sleep and then wake up for D&D. You know, instead of only taking a small nap and then being tired through the whole game. Especially because I'm the note keeper now. I take the notes. I'm very bad at it. Not in a I forgot to write this down, but in a I wrote too much detail. And we don't care what we ate. It doesn't matter what we ate. You know, we woke up this morning and we went to the saloon. What is it called? The inn. We went to the inn and we had breakfast. And they make these cheese dumpling thingies, and those were really good. And then like, none of this matters. What did we actually do? Right. Let me skip through half this page. Oh, and then we battled a wizard guy. That was fun. Hi, Crusader. How are you today? Also, I saw your message. Sunday, Okay. I'm down. I'm down to play Monster Hunter Wilds on Sunday. Especially if they have new stuff. New monsters mean new clothes. And let's be real, that's why I play the game. So I can get the new clothes and weapons. Also because we haven't played in a long time. And I feel like there's so much content in Worlds. Monster Hunter World. And I understand because Wilds is newer, right? And World had a lot of time to acquire content, but...
I'm pretty damn cheeky with the mayonnaise, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, it's been a few months, hasn't it? A few months since we played. Went to medieval petting zoo, tried to pet a dragon, lost a hand, now you have to use your non... Performance in Wilds is tanked over the recent patches? Uh-oh. Base World, for real, only had the deco grind? Really? Yeah, I'm not gonna complain about it, because I understand it's a newer game too, so it's not gonna have as much content. We could do that. Gunland says a corn weapon? So you know, I gotta represent. It's corn? Like, does it look like a big ear of corn, or does it shoot corn? I'm curious. Last time you tried to play, you're having massive stuttering, and you legit could not join a friend's hunt. Naruhodo. Hopefully it's fixed. Hopefully some of the the patches, maybe. That's gonna be a bummer. Also, I think after I restarted my PC yesterday, I feel like I probably could have streamed Killing Floor. I didn't have any, like, issues except for it freezing a couple times. So I want to try it again. It's a big old corn on the cob. That's amazing. And then it DC'd you from the lobby repeatedly. Hopefully, I mean, maybe we'll check it out before any of us stream it, I guess. But hopefully that's not a big issue anymore. I won't get my hopes up though, but I am gonna hope for it. I still hope for it. That was my Killing Floor 3 stream yesterday. You watched the VOD? Yeah, it went real far, huh? We did a speed run and got through all of it in 25 minutes. I was gonna delete that, I forgot. Not to delete that off of YouTube. It's a waste. Hope responsibly. Yes, that's a good way to put it. I'm gonna hope responsibly. Oh, through Moose? Yeah, Moose was fine. I mean, she crashed a few times, which I didn't even have that issue. So I think after messing with the settings and then restarting my PC, I think it was fine. I'd like to try it again and see if it actually works. I mean, if not, I'll just be a PNG for the day and play it. I have I've got some cool PNGs. Because I had a lot of fun playing yesterday. I really like playing the ninja. Hope responsibly. It's like the 2025 motto. Yeah. Hello, Blue? I'm assuming blue. This is the color of your name. At least on my screen it's blue. Hi Nelly, how are you? Fei. Aww. Kosaki. I'll take it. You're saying an egg on toast? Now, I'm assuming that you probably fried the egg, but it's also because it's you. I feel like you absolutely could have just wrapped up an egg in a piece of toast and ate it. I had chicken tendies for dinner. You don't? Shell and all. Just... I don't know. I could just see you doing that. Don't do that. Don't eat raw egg. Especially if you live in the States. Egg would keep the shell. Yeah. It gives it crunch. Extra calcium. You can eat a turtle egg like that in Mexico? Really? And an iguana egg? Aw. Are iguana eggs very big though?
I'm making piss.
Yes! Is that a chili? It's a Leroy. It was pretty small. Chili likes to put it like over top of my face. What should we start on today? Should we start with something light, like scary stories to tell in the dark? Or do we go right into like pengu stories and creepypastas? I didn't plan for today, you guys. I wanted to so badly. I was like, I'm gonna have this whole thing playing like I did last time, and I'll have sound effects, and I'll have all the stories picked out that I'm gonna read, and like I even still have some of the bookmarks in place of the stories that I read last time. Like yeah. And then here we are, flying by the seat of my pants again. ADHD sucks, you guys. I don't want to have it anymore. I don't care if it makes me more creative. I don't want it. Start reading some SCP articles. Iguana eggs are like the size of quail eggs, but very oval and leathery, not hard. And you have to bite a hole in it. I don't know that I'd want to eat an iguana. I mean, I guess if I was hungry, and that was the only thing that there was, I guess I would do that. You can't use the one Kirby one on you like you do in Moo in my chat? It's because my assets aren't very big. Well, maybe the iguana doesn't want to eat it. Doesn't want you to eat it. It probably doesn't. I had a pet iguana. I think that's why that disconnect. Disconnect? No, that I don't want to do. I don't want to do that. All assets are good. I agree. I agree on that. Mine are big enough, thank you. Some of the outfits Moo has shown me, it's like... Oh. Eventually, Moo, they're not going to see your face at all.
You like copypastas, do you? Well, years ago, my co-worker began reading The Exorcist. She said it was the most evil book she ever read. So evil she couldn't finish it, so she took it to the ocean and threw it off the pier. So I went out, bought another copy, ran it under the faucet, and left it in her desk drawer for her to find.
I don't know if that's a true story, but I really, really, really hope it is. I bet she was terrified. Outfits she's shown us, yeah. I mean, yeah. Obviously, some of the outfits that she's already had on stream, but some of the other ones is like, I don't get it. These they look bigger every time. Moo. You'd not be surprised if Moo has outfits that would get her banned on Twitch. I don't think she would ever do that. I'm sure there's outfits that she would want that would get her banned on Twitch, but I don't think she would gamble it. Yeah, uncovered hips. Nope. It's not, but it's a good classic meme. Classic creepypasta. I like it. Story time. Yeah. Hi, Keaton. How are you? They do? You think they do actually get bigger every time? I feel like they must. She showed me one that she was working on yesterday, and it's like... It's not a bad outfit, but I swear, they just look like... Do you know what a punching balloon is? I remember having them as a child. It's hours of fun for like 5 cents, right? And it's a big old balloon that is like, the material is thicker than regular balloons, and you just there's a string tied to it, and you punch it, and that's what you do. I feel like that's what they are. So she just got 2 of them under her shirt. It's crazy how you're saying things from inside Foob's stomach. That's a fun life cycle. Foobs eats Fru. Naali eats Foobs. Cycle of life. Yep. Uncovered hips almost as lewd as uncensored hand holding. No, you can't even do like ninja pants. But I remember Foobs having to hide their her hips from, because when they...
And to confirm, yes, moo assets do get bigger each time.
Thank you, Bender. You didn't have to yell that at me. Yes, Moo's assets do get bigger each time. Okay, thank you. And like one of those paddle balls attached to the string. Yeah, it's like that, but a lot cheaper. Probably a lot cheaper to make too. And they were huge. I remember them just being gigantic. Like the size of Moo's assets, probably. Maybe a little bit bigger, but... That's just what it feels like every time I see them. Yep, those are punching balloons. I just couldn't imagine running like that. They're too big. Is shower and bedtime for you? Gotta be social tomorrow? Uh-oh. I understand. Have a good night, Fru. Probably start with Pengu stories, I think. He wrote a couple new ones we can read through. I brought up like the top the most popular creepypastas too, so we can read through those.
Hydration is important.
Hydrate, you got it. Ah, so you Christmas in July, that makes sense. Traveling in December is terrible. Hydrate and stretch. Done. Thank you for the head pats. I hope you have a great night and have fun tomorrow. Oh, it's not that they're getting bigger. You think she's arching her back? 1% each stream, being sneaky about it. Just the shoulders are gradually going back, and just leaning back more and more. It doesn't work for me. I have a stiff back. This is when I lean, I just get taller. Good night, Fru. Heard a lot about these stories, so you're excited? Yeah. I wish I would have planned better. I wish I would have had more stuff to talk about. I mean, if all else fails, I guess we can just play... I don't know, we can always play a game. Play something short. I've got plenty of simulators that I wanted to play through. And then there's a simulation sale Well, one of the companies that do a lot of simulator games are on sale. They have so many updates. Too many updates, one might say. Yeah, streamer life was very depressing. It made me sad. I don't want to do this anymore. A shower sim. There's some. Let me read off some of the new ones. There's like. Let me go to the page. Ah. Where is it? Where is it? Where'd the other one go? There we go. The Playway Publisher Sale. They've got the Contraband Police, U-Boat, I think is just you're in a submarine simulator. Cold Mining Simulator. No, I'm sorry, Gold. That's a G. It looked like a C. Animal Shelter 2 Simulator. Tank Mechanic Simulator. Ship Graveyard 2. Mr. Prepper. Gunsmith Simulator. Rap House Simulator. Prison Escape Simulator. A World War II Rebuilder Simulator. The Bum Simulator. Junkyard Simulator. Recycling Center Simulator. You have the U-Boat one? How is it? I know Biggs and Foobs like the Bum Simulator. A Simulator. Haunted House Simulator. There's like a cleaning, a haunted house cleaning one that I do want to play eventually. You would love streaming by now? Honestly, if I didn't have people like regulars, people who actually stop by and I care about, I probably would have stopped streaming because I have not made any like progress as much as everybody else.
Hi, honey.
You know, usually by now people are up in the partner pushes. Some lucky people, or I guess really good people, get that within a year or two. I'm going on 4. What else we have? Where was the one that I saw? Is it used car? No, not used car. I think it's like cheap repair simulator. Cheap car repair. Police shootout. When that one's 94 cents. I could get that. Farm management. Yeah, cheap car repair simulator. It looks great because instead of like using like real paint to like paint the car, you use spray paint. But that one's not available until September. Celestial Empire. Like they have a lot of games coming out. Landlord. Oh yeah. I make a great landlord. They have a game coming out in Q4 of this year called I Am Jesus Christ. It's a simulator where you play as Jesus. Yep.
Hi, honey.
You didn't know there was this many simulators? Oh, this company does a lot of simulators. Train Mechanic Simulator of 2025. Sword and Shield Simulator. Does that mean I get to be a blacksmith, or is this just running around as like a medieval? I saw the melting gold. It might be that. Hi, Gold Gamer. How are you? Jesus? Yeah. I am Jesus Christ. It's Texas Ronin. Hello, how are you? A Kaiko Simulator? I don't know if they have one of those yet. A Cowboy Life Simulator? I could be a cowboy. Shipbuilding Simulator. It Works Electronics Repair Simulator. Photography Simulator. Vampire Clans? I don't know if that's a simulator, but... A Viking City Builder. Mars Colony Builder. A photographer's life simulator. That one's gonna be another sad one, I think. Ice cream simulator. I'm adding that to my wish list. I need to have an ice cream shop. Rancher, a new life. That one's terrifying. A money simulator. Well, this one, it's a simulation, realistic. This could tell us how to make money, guys. A corner shop fit simulator. There's so many. When am I playing Space Marine 2 again? I won't stream my end of that because the game does not play well with my PC. Like at all. I sometimes don't even get the cutscenes. There's always war crime simulators known as RimWorld. Yes, I can play that too. There's comic book store simulator, which is suspiciously a lot like the trading card game simulator, shop simulator, but this has comic books. A moving simulator. Deconstruction simulator. This one's a free demo. That one looks like it would be fun. You just get to tear things down. It's like right up my alley. Gunsmith, flint, and powder. So it's like old-timey guns. I wonder how they kick out so many games. Oh, those are DLC, I see. That's a DLC for those games. It's crazy. Yeah, so Space Marine 2 would be like if Ammon's streaming it or Crusader's streaming it, because my end does not do well. Like, I have nothing open except for his stream and the game, and it does not perform well at all for me. You doing okay? Just tired? Tired all the time, so nothing new? Same! Did you get to box Judas? I hope so. It's gonna be interesting because we already kind of know how the story ends, right? So, not like we get to change it. A horse game. I used to watch shows like this all the time. It looks like it's a movie, Equinox Homecoming. It's cozy horse mystery exploration. It's an what? It's an MMO? How are you gonna have a horse game and have worse horses than like an Assassin's Creed? How is this an MMO? As little, I used to watch a lot of shows where it was like friends go to camp, or they like best friend. There's like 5 best friends that ride horses and have adventure and drama. Did you guys hear about the crazy stuff that Visa's doing? Like the credit card company is trying to get like a bunch of games pulled from Steam because they don't like the content. Not stinky. But some trolls are stinky. Yeah. The credit card company, they're like, I don't know, they got a bug up their ass recently and they're like, you know what we don't like? Certain games on Steam. It's about time that we put our foot down and say, no, none of this. If we don't like the content, it's not gonna be there. They already did it to itch.io. Really? What happened? What is going on? What if Jesus Simulator is like Scarface game where instead of the normal ending, that's where the game starts, and you take your vengeance on everyone who betrayed you. And you change the world by being alive. I wonder though if Jesus hadn't died on the cross for everybody's sins, like it says it so in Christian mythology, that would it have spread as quickly? The religion? I wonder. Curious. I'm not gonna discuss it because it could end up really badly. Well, I'm just gonna say I wonder. I'll leave it at that. Yeah, basically, Fuji. That's what's happened. And hold back and say I don't like these people, and think they should butt out of stuff that isn't their own business. Yeah, like it doesn't matter if. Why does it matter to you what people are using your credit card for? You're getting your money. Shut up. Shut up. Stay in your lane. Oh, after the same thing a few years back, they changed back once they saw a lot of people left the platform. And credit card companies too. Luckily, I don't have a Visa. I hope that Discover and MasterCard aren't part of Visa, but I wouldn't support them. I'm like, close this. I don't even care if I owe you a bunch of debt. Close it. We're done. I'm done. I can't do that anyway. I have to precariously balance everything. Oh, sneaky little bastards. There's a game called Uma Musume Pretty Derby Party Dash. So, but the cover is very, very similar to like the actual game. So if you're not paying attention, you might actually purchase it instead of just getting the game for free. Oh right, I have a key. I have a free key for Blueprints as well that I can play. That's a pretty cozy game. You can always do that too. It's basically a walking simulator with a story behind it. Oh, this game looks like fun. Hi villain, how are you? Got out a game similar to this. Made a game about your VTuber, which is off-brand Sayaka. If you use swords, it's too but if you use swords, it's too close to your copyright. So probably you preach some kind of. I don't think it would be too close, but it's always safe to just change things. Hi Dark Wolf and Chill, how are you guys today? Ghost stories? Yeah, some ghost stories. Spoopy stories. As soon as I get done talking about simulation games. Which is something that I always wanted to do, was like have like one day a week where we play a different simulation game. Play like Odd Jobs with Kaiko. I never did get around to it. Some of the games are not very good, but they're still expensive. That way, if you design a game, you could draw on your own background. As a moral philosopher, that's always good one to write, I think, is to draw on the experience that you do have. Who wants to be a millionaire? What's Bonesaw? Oh, it's like crap. I remember the one that just came out. It was like a roulette game. Like a Russian roulette game. Where you played an animal. This one, you cut your fingers off. I imagine the last person with any fingers left wins. Hi Hydro, how are you? Yeah, spoopy story time. This game's just called Your Wife. I'm sure that's probably fine. It's a Souls-like game? It's only 79 cents if you're interested in having a wife. Careful though, it sounds difficult. There's a shooter game I put in a request for to see if I get a free key as well. The Biotic Factory got a new update. Ooh, it looks really good. That was a gun with a scope. Liar's Bar? Yeah, that's the one. I think Bonesaw is like Liar's Bar, except for without guns. But you lose a finger instead of gambling with the bullet. It's a roadcraft simulator. Cleaning up the roads? Making roads? 8 massive maps, up to 4-player co-op. Clear, supply, and rebuild.
Me and the fellas played Russian roulette. I told my wife. Interested and clearly flirty, she asked if I won, and I said, "You're not familiar with the game, are you?"
It's wonderful. I must bought someone's t-shirt, and then you found out they said mean, bad things in the past, so I canceled the order, but it made you sad. Yeah. It happens a lot to me, where I'm like, oh, I really like this blank, and then someone's like, yeah, but you know that they're pretty terrible because they said blank. Can't they just be decent people and do what they're known for? Like, if you're a musician, just don't say anything else. Just shh. Shh. Keep those opinions to yourself, okay? Sometimes it's okay to be neutral. Sometimes it's good to have a stance, but also sometimes it's okay to just be neutral. What's bolt gun? Oh, it's Warhammer game. Ballot Troll. This game is called Date Banger. They really just wanted to put out there what you're gonna do, huh? Just in case you're curious what this game's about. I don't think we had to tell you any more than the title. Let them trade? Oh, it looks like Settlers of Catan, but it's like a city building game. That's cute. I do want to play the Contraband Police one day. I think that would be fun. Gone fishing? Is this a horror game? It is. It's a co-op survival horror game. Interesting. Oh, you know, I have Payday 3 and I've never played that game. I should probably play that one day too. Waking up after forgetting to take out the trash and you start hearing music with Latin chanting and see the giant health bar. Your wife. Yes. What game would I most want to play? If I could play any game in the world and maybe someone will tip you. Someone will tip for you to buy it. If I could play any game, like any game that I don't own. I think the one that I'm most looking forward to isn't out yet. Let me see the name of it. I think it's like a spin-off from the Ghost of Tsushima, but it's not that specifically. Let me look it up. It's probably that. Is it not on Steam? Hang on, let me look it up. Let me Google it. Yes. Yeah, I remember seeing a trailer for this and it looks really, really good. I don't see it on Steam yet. Not even to like pre-order. Oh, PS exclusive for a while. That makes sense. That makes sense. They like to do that sometimes. But as far as like as games that I own, if I could play any game right now, I probably would boot up Odyssey because I like that game a lot. But nobody likes it. That's not true. There's a lot of people who do like it, but I like looking through all these games that are like upcoming and stuff. Which, if you ever go to the initial tab, it's always initially there's gonna be like 5 hentai games. Yeah, there's always hentai games. The new RimWorld expansion is called Odyssey? Naruhodo. Game you want to play most is Mega Man Legends 3.
You are my best friend.
Can you not play that? Is that not a game that exists? I don't know Mega Man enough. Sony's cringe is why, true. I like to do that. Forte, thank you for the 7 months. Holy smokes. Also, welcome in. How are you? Oh, they canceled it years ago. That makes sense why you can't play it. That makes sense. Wait, what's this? President's Tower Defense? Amazing. Ghost Town? There's a lot of interesting games. I guess I could share what I'm looking at so you can see it, but yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of games in my wish list that I have either wanted for a while or it's been recommended that I play. Haunted House Renovator is one that I would like to play, but it's got mixed reviews. I wonder if it's just not very good. Why did I add Graveyard Simulator? I don't think I remembered adding that. I don't think Taxi Simulator is ever gonna come out. I've been watching that one for a while. Same with Detective Simulator. I think Coffee Talk has a 3rd one coming out already. I still haven't played the first one. Low Budget Repairs is also one I want to play.
Dream holes?
Dream Horse? Hi Dom. You know what? Those are the best. You called the... What? You called Christ out of your streak again? You went live yesterday instead of killing the floor, you killed your PC. Yeah, it wasn't working correctly, but when I restarted my PC I didn't have any issues with it, so... Oh! Showa American Story. That I forgot about that one. That one looks very, very good too. That's coming out soon. And by soon I mean sometime this year. It is dumb. Campfire Stories to sleep to? Yes. Attack Simulator? I think there is one. Ooh, AI Limit is one that I wanted to play. I kept keeping an eye out on Lurkit to see if there would be a key that would come up, but nope. It's dark water. Oh, it's a co-op one. Probably one that Moo told me to add and then immediately forgot about it. Kingmakers, when are you coming out? Please be released. October? Man, oh man, oh man. Chrono Odyssey, I'm excited for that one to come out too. The full release for No, I'm Not Human. Yeah. Do I like city builders? I do, I'm not very good at them though. You know what cold means, right? Yeah, it means, well, I can deduce what it means. It means you ruined your shit. But it's okay because it was gonna get ruined yesterday anyway. Waiting for the My Robot one? The game? Moitered it. I see. Ever played a city builder called Banished? I have not. I'm also really... I'm glad that I'm gonna download it later when I can find a time to play it, but the... Was it Wu Chang? The game that Moo was playing on Wednesday? Monday or Wednesday? Wants to play that one as well. And Gasto, how are you? If you forget the name, that's roughly it. I'll have to check it out. Oh. Danish is one of your favorite city builders? It's not as big and fancy as like Skylines, but there are mods that help to help a bit. I remember Moo was gonna play Skylines, and I was really excited to see it because I like I said, I like those games a lot, but I'm not very good at them. I feel like you have to read, and I don't do that. It's funny because, you know, it's a reading stream. But when it comes to like reading the instructions and directions and stuff, I'm not very good at it. Skylines is great until the traffic happens. And then your city dies. Oh. I didn't do as much with it as I should have. I see. Sounds like a name that one of your cousins would have. Which name? Wu Chang? Have you seen the game, Dom? Fallen Feathers, I think is called. Get out of here with your gremlin laugh. Not much. It looks really good. Managing traffic is the best part. Roundabouts everywhere. Oh. Yeah, I usually get started, and then once it comes down to like the part where you have to add power, that's usually when things go south. Cause I've played like SimCity before. Well, it was this old game that I had for the DS, 3DS, DS, and you started off in like early civilization, and then you had to build up through like the industrial stage, and then probably past that. But like I said, as soon as I got to that having to add power, it was done. I don't know how to keep people alive now. I can tell you to cut down trees and you know, have a farm. Agriculture is fine, but as soon as we start getting into power stuff, you know, you're on your own. I can't do this. I can't do this for you. Figure it out, okay? Hire some civil engineers and figure it out. Gonna get far enough in 7 Days to Die to turn into a city builder. I would like to play 7 Days to Die sometime, eventually. It'd be really cool to do the mod where you use 3D models in it. Although I don't know if mine would work because of a particular strand of hair that just goes on for miles if it's... sometimes. Ever play Starbound? I have not. Some people are saying people who made Terraria. I had a very difficult time in Terraria. It's only $6 right now. Have I heard of Starbound? I'll look it up. Is you reading the new ones? I haven't read anything yet, luckily. I have it? I bet this was one of those games that I got for, I got in a Humble Bundle. And I added it in and never knew what it was. I apparently have Starbound. Sleeping Dogs is one of my favorite games. Yes, I've been trying to get Moo to play it forever, but she won't. It was like $4 and I bought it for like 2 years ago, I want to say. And she was like, yeah, I'm gonna play it. No, you're not. You're never gonna play it now. It's a great game. Starbound is a game that has loads of potential. The devs fumbled it. Oh. Yeah. They have the definitive edition. Let me see. I don't remember if I have it on PC or if I played it on PlayStation. Yeah, I had the definitive edition. And I did play it on here. My whole playthrough is on YouTube, but that's back when I did like fun thumbnails and everything. I had a lot of time. I had a lot of fun playing those, putting those thumbnails together. Yeah, Moo will tell you that she'll play it, but she won't. She's full of life. She just wants to raise your hopes, only to dash them to pieces. Yeah. She's not just a cow, she's the cow of lies. Yeah. As soon as she booted up Wu Chang, I was like, well, she's never finishing Stellar Blade. I guess it's up to me now to go back and finish that game. I think she's a little further than where I was in Stellar Blade, or probably about the same spot because I hadn't done any of the DLC because it wasn't out when I started it. That's a lie. That is a bald-faced lie, Dominic. Watch me play Sleeping Dogs would be great if you wanna. Well, I mean, I would love to play it again. Yeah, I used your full government name. That's right. Well, not the whole thing, but, you know. Just leave it as Dominic. Yeah, not the full, but I could. Except for the middle name. But I'm gonna assume it's Jonathan. It's true, you can't. It's another generic J name. I won't guess, but I could probably assume. Hi, Brushy. How are you? Yeah, that's what I was gonna... Crusader, I was gonna guess it, but I did want to just fully dox his goddamn name on stream. I'm gonna call you Jimmy from now on. Right, of course, because your full government name is Dominic James Dominic. I forgot that. Mm-hmm. He did do that, that's true. Jimmy's a good name, yeah. I like Jimmy more than Jim. Jim just sounds like a guy that drinks a lot of Budweiser and watches NASCAR and maybe hits his wife. Sorry to anybody out there that goes by Jim. I feel like I had that impression because I knew somebody named Jim as a child and they were not a good person. Like, I didn't have to be around him, but I knew things, you know. But Jimmy is a nice name. Yeah, there is a Jim Beam. But with an M. Yeah, Beam. Jim Bob. make another left turn. You are not an alcohol drinker. True. It's just sometimes you sound like you're drunk, but that's just, I think, because of ADHD. Hey, Snorlax. How are you? Frappuccinos are good, though. Used to be a bartender. Didn't know what you were doing. Cannabis is doctor's prescribed and medically necessary. I allow it. I'll allow it even if it's not. It's legal. Ah, it's a Jeff Dunham reference. I know, that's the guy with the puppets, right? The ventriloquist. We could pour a damn good pint? I should hope so. It doesn't take much to pour it. I used to be a mixologist. Same old shaky barland world. I always thought being a bartender would be a lot of fun, but also not at the same time. Like if it was like at a club, but like just like an old quiet pub, you know, where regulars come in and they say, "Hey, Kaiko, give me the usual," and then I don't know, I give them a fucking Guinness or something. That sounds like fun. You can make a cocktail or 12. I can open a bottle on the counter. So I did break my counter once though, because it's a cheap counter. Yeah, I think I've seen a couple things from Jeff Dunham. Not a whole lot, but like clips and stuff. If I could do that and still have like customers as Shrimpy, that is actually something I would do. I want to toss salad. Okie dokie. Iced tea and lemonade. Arnold Palmer's are good. I was obsessed with when they came out with the strawberry Arnold Palmer. Oh, I loved it so much. I can't even find it anywhere now though. It's too bad. I loved it. I'd stack up on that stuff. Oh, whoops. Yeah, I got you covered. I forgot to turn it on. What was it? 'Cause I think I was gonna turn it off. So that did.
Oh god.
Palmer? I bear? I fell off my chair. What are you What are you on right now? You'd still be my customer. I'd win you over with that. I always thought like it would be so much fun to just be like sarcastic and stuff like that. Like just take things very literal. How much sleep at 6 a.m. uploading a video? Why did you just yell Palmer? You lost your 2-month run in Project Zomboid today? Oh boy. You said Palmer's? Yeah, Arnold Palmer's. Not like that Palmer's is his last name. Palmer's as in plural. Missed AVP2? Was AVP2. It's Iris. Hi Iris, how are you? It's a horror movie? Oh, Alien vs Predator. You didn't? You're working all day? Alien vs Predator. Predators 2? Next week. Are you and Moo ever gonna finish the Alien Isolation? I jump back in soon. That's okay, it happens. Zomboid is literally the story of how you died, so I mean yeah, but a 2-month run. Oops. When you scroll but you're tabbed into something else. What a good looking question. A VIP badge, you got it. If Monster Hunter falls through Sunday, you can do 7 days to die. You're making plans without Moo Crusader, that's a dangerous game. I know how to sing it. Rules manager. Because if you start to make plans and Moo's not part of it, guess what happens? Everything gets derailed. It might get derailed anyway. A heart container. Thank you, Dr. Sparkle Pants. I appreciate it. At some point you need to have a few talks with that woman. You just need to wrangle her. In is the term. Wrangle her in. Can't have an unsubbed VIP and artist. Who's gonna play? If Moo's gonna play, you take over her job in the adult candy store. Got really excited. Like I understand why you called it that, and then I thought, but what if there really was an adult candy store that adults could go into? And then I realized that would be destroyed immediately because they would have a lot of like inappropriate candies, and then that made me sad immediately. Well, it could be taken out of context, Dom. But that's why the saying is wrangle her in. But I don't think it specifically means anything terrible. It just could be taken the wrong way. Have you ever played Kingdom Come Deliverance? I did not. Also, how are your peach rings? You never bought peach rings? I love peach rings. They're very good. Can't imagine it being taken any other way. I mean, with Moo's physique, I feel like it could be taken out of context. But, I mean, it's not inherently bad what you said. But the term is wrangle her in. You haven't played the second, but the first one is great? It's very charming. I've seen little clips from it here and there. I've watched, like, some famous VTuber play it for a little bit. I couldn't tell you which one it was. You don't get what I mean? That's okay. Don't need to. Anytime you ever had wee candy? Oh, you precious sweet child. That's not what I was referring to. That would be fine if it was that kind of adult candy store. I wouldn't mind as much. I just go for the regular stuff. I meant like the inappropriate, like bachelorette party favors that people obsess over would be an adult candy store, and I would not want to go in there. I did nothing and made the ring taste bad. I can imagine. Candy bikinis? That would be okay. Don't wear them. Now I don't know how I would feel about eating candy underwear. I don't know, I think I'll pass on it. I just imagine it's like a fruit roll-up, but in the shape of undies. Not bad. Yeah, inappropriately shaped candies, yeah. I never understood that. Never understood it, like, at all. A fruit roll-up? Do you know what a fruit roll-up is? Be sticky? Yeah, but that's what it looks like. Right? I don't know anything about edible underwear. I know it exists. I just always imagined it was like a fruit roll-up. This is an adult situation. Who decided edible underwear should be a thing anyway? That just seems bad. You bought the hard candy ones? Did you wear them? That's a lot of candy in though. I do like candy necklaces. Same people who love feet probably. If we find Fido, we should ask. So your humor is telling you to explain exactly what I'm talking about in blunt terms, but you'll refrain. Thank you. Ones you've seen were sweet tarts on a string? Yeah, like the candy necklaces. Those ones do look good. I don't know why though? That's I think the biggest question boils down to why. It's a sticky situation. It would be very sticky. Fruit roll-up undies. Nobody decided it. It just started existing? It's evil then. If we're talking about weird kinky stuff that seems bad, I have a whole list. I'm sure that there's a lot of things that we could get into on that discussion that go south really fast. Someone thought they could make some money off of it. True. And I assume that it's a legit business. I've heard that like Japan has like in some of their hotels has vending machines for that stuff. I don't know how true it is. I've never been over there. Nor looked to see if it exists. I've just heard it. When eat them even if they're on your own body. Like if they just came fresh out of the package, I think that would be okay. Because sweet tarts on a string is really good. And fruit roll-ups are really good. It doesn't matter the shape. Well, shape might matter a little bit. I can't eat gummy spiders. Mm-mm. Japan's one of the most progressive places in the world, and at the same time one of the most repressed traditional places in the world. Yeah, it always blows my mind like how advanced they are in a lot of like technology and forward thinking, and then they are sexist as hell. What? Wait a second, what? Can I eat normal spiders? No. Yeah, it's just the gummy part, Dom. You're right. Yeah. Normal spiders have a ton of protein. I'll pass. I'll eat peanuts for protein. And regular meat. I eat regular meat. I just don't have it very often. It goes bad quickly, so peanut butter and peanuts and protein bars, protein powder, that's usually what I end up consuming, because if I buy fresh things, they just go bad before I get to cook it. It's like nothing ever lasts anymore. It's like, you know, to have fresh food, they expect you to go to the goddamn store every freaking day or something. Nobody's got time for that. The only vending machine you saw in Japan that couldn't have been in the US was cigarette vending machines. Yeah, they have those too, don't they? I saw, I was watching a video of, I think she was probably Australian, some Australian woman living in Japan. And she went to like a really popular vending machine park, and they had a bunch of that stuff. Like they had like some of the machines didn't work. They were just old. They looked really cool. So there was some cigarette ones, and they had like candy cigarettes. I remember I liked candy cigarettes a lot. I used to pretend like I was in a gang as part of a Yakuza mafia type little tiny me running around. Hey yo, get over here. A spider-shaped beef patty. I don't like spidery things. Now there's like gummy octopi. Those ones are fine because they're shaped differently, even though they got a bunch of legs. Found a protein bar that tastes like wafer cookies? Really? The ones in the paper packages? Yeah. What is it? What is it called? Stick them in your mouth and act like you're a gangster from a noir film? Yeah. And then if you light them on fire, Mamako taught me this. If you light them on fire, and then let them cool, they taste like marshmallows. It's called Power Crunch. I'll have to check it out. Can they even make candy cigarettes anymore? I think they have to call them something else. But I don't know. I haven't tried to buy any. I know they used to have like cigars too, but they, instead of like being the crunchy candy, they were like chewing gum. Yeah, Mamako knew the tech. She did. Just don't kill spiders. Spiders eat bad bugs. They are completely fine as long as they are not in my vicinity. If I don't see them, then they can live freely. But if they are within reach, if I can see them crawling around, unless it's the like lanky ones, not daddy long legs, but they're just like, they're very thin legged. They look like they're not a hair.
Oh my god, Becky, look at her butt.
Those ones are fine. I'll let those ones live.
Hydration is important.
Hi Louie, how are you? You have so many flavors. I'll have to check them out. I have a chocolate covered strawberry flavor you want to try? I have to check them out. I like Quest bars. Quest bars are really good. A lot of their flavors, you can like warm them up for like 5 seconds in the microwave, and they just taste really good. There was a case where a woman did exactly that and didn't kill a spider, and she got bit and then got infected. Her and her husband were talking about it before it happened too. Yeah, well, luckily I don't think I have any spiders that really are terrible. You know, I live in a good area where there's not like any super venomous or poisonous or toxic. I don't know. Well, I guess daddy long legs are toxic, but I don't plan on eating one of those. Look up the golden orb weaver spider. I definitely won't. You have a big one outside your nest on a big web. I can't look up spiders. No, my arachnophobia is very bad. Daddy long legs can't bite anyway. Yeah. I know they're like the toxin in their body is for like if they are consumed. I think. You have brown recluse. Is the word recluse or recluse? I guess it doesn't matter. Brown recluse anyway. Those you can kill. Those ones are the ones that like have like a necrotic damage, right? You take like 4 points of necrotic damage when they bite you. Yeah, so I've always said recluse, but I know that some people say recluse. It just, I mean, the emphasis on the second, so it's recluse. It's the same with lapis lazuli. Well, I guess that one's pronounced a little bit different depending on where you're from. I feel like, I don't know if it's a Canadian thing, if it's like a West Coast Canadian thing or a West Coast thing. Instead of saying lazuli, they say lazuli. Well, I hate that. I don't like it. Mostly because of Steven Universe, it would sound weird. Yeah, lazuli versus lazuli. Recluse is the first one. Recluse. Recluse is to wreck. Bitch. Sloozy? What? What? Yeah, I always thought it was recluse, right? Recluse. Because... But that's what I always said anyway, but I've heard recluse. Recluse versus recluse. Oh, wreck bitches loosely. I see. That's why she just nicknamed it Lapis? Yeah. But I like... I don't know, because I guess I had never really heard Lazuli until the show, so that's how I learned to say it, and that's why it sounds right to me. Recluse or footloose? Recluse. When I was little, I wrote a... Not little, I guess I was like a teenager. I wanted to write my own, like, Spider-Man spin-off. I really love Spider-Man. and she was called the Blue Recluse. I was like, that's really cool, instead of being like... That's really cool. Because she mostly wore blue. And then I immediately gave up on the story. But it was fun. It was fun to think about. The Blue Recluse. Someone makes fun of how you say things. You start saying them in the most down southern hick accent you can possibly do. I'll do that sometimes when I catch myself saying something weird, and I'll just like completely flip it before anybody else can. But you know, sometimes it's all out of good fun. But other times when like Moo says something weird, it's usually really bad, and she needs to change the way she says it. Like, I get it. I don't say horror correctly, because I tend to say horror, right? But that's okay. At least it's not whore. She'll talk to me later. Have a good night. Have a good night, Dom. Thank you for stopping by. We'll get your stream streak back up. Yeah, sometimes I'll say horror correctly, but a lot of times it comes out as horror, right? But Moo is just horror. Yep, classic sus Moo. That's our cow. Horror is how many Americans say it. Yeah, I think it's like a... I don't know. I've heard a lot of like people will say it horror. So you still have the extra horror at the end, right? Horror just, it feels more natural for me to say. I know it's wrong, but it's closer, right? Moo? Sus? No. I don't know, if someone decides to go live at 5 a.m. for the seeable future, I won't be getting my streak back up. I apologize for being late today. I was trying to fix my scene. I thought I saved this scene, and I did not. Which was stupid of me. I had to refix, I had to rebuild it. Anyway, good night, Tom. Is your speech impediment? Most impacts your R's. You overcompensate by saying horror, so you don't miss the R at the end. I wish Moo would just learn to say the word properly. You know, dwarf, the way she says dwarf is dwarf. That's fine. It's weird, but it's fine. Dwarf is fine. Horror is a specific regional thing, you think? Your dad says horror, your mom says horror, even though they grow up in one state apart. That's weird. That's crazy. It's crazy how accents work. Oh yeah, hull versus hole. Like, I get it, it's very similar, but in some cases, you really need to emphasize that you're talking about your hole and not the other thing. How often do you all say horror Jesus? I don't think I've ever said that. I don't think I've ever said that. I say some weird stuff like jumping Jehoshaphat or Jesus, Joseph, and Mary on a cross, or Jesus on a stick. I've said stuff like that I've heard over the years, but I've never heard horror Jesus. The dwarf or the wharf? Yeah, she says dwarf. The wharf. I don't know how she gets dwarf out of that, but hey. The wharf. Did I go to Catholic school? I didn't. No. I went to good old American public schools. I don't know why I said that with an accent. I only lived in Texas for like 4 months. Christ on a bike? I've heard Dom say that one. Jesus on a pogo stick. Jumping Jesus on a pogo stick. I've heard that one before. Yeah, Moo says dwarf. She doesn't say dwarf. Jiminy Christmas. That's when I've only said a couple times, and it's because of you, Crusader. You have 2,900 hours in Dead by Daylight. So there was a time. Oh, you say dwarf? I think you and you both have the same lazy pronunciations. You both say dwarf. I think you both say crayon. Yeah, crayon I think is a regional thing too, though, because that's how I grew up saying it. Crayon. And I've been trying to change it to crayon, but it feels weird. It's weird. It's crazy. It's like sectioned off. And then there's like I think it's like Oregon, which is another one that I never properly learned how to say correctly. Some areas in there say it even different. Like carry on or something like that. So it sounds really weird. I couldn't even... What about orange? A lot of people do say orange instead of orange. Also, congratulations escaping Texas. Thank you. I didn't mind living there. I lived there during the summer. It was very hot, and stinky. I lived in an area that they had a meat packing facility. It's very smelly at night. Wait, which is it? You've always said Oregon? Yeah, I've always said Oregon, but then somebody made fun of me for saying Oregon because it sounds too close like organ. And then it says Oregon. And I don't know which one is correct anymore. Orange is how you see it. Yeah, some people just say orange instead of like orange. Orange. Orangey. That person's crazy. Is it just organ? Demon woman wannabe? Who this? Who's demon? Are you a demon woman wannabe? I'm just a demon. You're from Cali? I never even know straight up pronounces it. Organ? Organ? Yeah, I don't know. I've been made for obviously like everything you say is gonna be like that's how you say that, but we say it like this, and you could be like a few states across, but you know. Oregon. I don't think there's a whole lot in here to clean up. Oh. Sound the same to me. Encumbrance. Yeah. I don't know if that's a regional thing or if just somebody taught you how to say it wrong the first time, Crusader. Like, wouldn't it be fun? Wouldn't it be fun if we taught him how to say encumbrance as encumbrance? That'll really get him when he's older. I've never heard it like that until you said it. Your friend said it confidently, so you're like, makes sense. To be fair, that's happened to me before. Like some of the things, it's like that's how, like my parents said it, or people I grew up with said it, so that's how I just assumed it was said, kind of thing.
Hi, honey.
You heard it pronounced that way once, once. I've never heard it pronounced any way other until Crusader said it. I didn't even think that was a word that you could say differently. I mean, different like emphasis on different parts of the word. I've heard things like that before. And the very popular one. Caramel versus caramel. I always thought it was just caramel because that's how my parents grew up saying it. It's caramel. And no wonder why I can't spell things. Sound it out, Kaiko. Carmel. Got it. Carmel. Nope. What do you mean, no? You die on the caramel hill? On the caramel hill? Do you say caramel or do you say caramel? You said caramel for the first half of your life, but these days you say carousel? You do say caramel. Yes, that's how I grew up saying it. I've been trying to change it because it's wrong, but... The same way it's like I grew up saying height with a TH. Height at the end, which is wrong. It's height. Length, width, and height. But I changed that one. I successfully changed that one. Caramel would have gotten you punched as a kid. I feel like I would have gotten a lot of weird looks. And like, why are you saying it so fancy? It's caramel. You're saying caramel. Like you're some sing-song voice from the west. East? That is east. From the east. Across the pond. Weirdo. Get out of here with your caramel bullshit. California kids have very strong opinions on how to speak of confectionery. I think it's more like boys have strong opinions against other boys. Girls, I wouldn't have gotten punched, but I would have been made fun of. Like, oh my god. She's over here saying caramel. She's so fancy. She lives in a mobile home. It's like, get out of here. Please. I know those shoes are from Goodwill. Psst. Caramel. Shut up. Girls are mean. Girls are so mean. I feel like sometimes I would have rather just been punched and be like, shut up, stop saying caramel, idiot. Shouldn't be so concerned about correct pronunciations. And as a lit major, you know, these things, you know what happens to languages that don't change over time? They die. It's one of the reasons Latin is no longer a thing. Fair enough. I think the only reason, like, some of the stuff that I change is because height specifically I changed because I started working in an environment that was very specific towards measurements. So length, width, height. I wanted to make sure that I said it correctly. Other ones are still just a little difficult to say, to get the I might say crayon and then immediately followed up with crayon. I don't think another boy has ever raised his hand to you. I raised my hand to a boy, but that's because he called me a stupid bitch, and I was trying to stop him from fighting a kid that was much younger than him. And then I lost my temper. I didn't punch him though. I just threw him down, and then a little bit of rage took over. And I picked him back up and I slammed him against the bus stop, and I had snot coming out of my nose, and I was so mad. I was like, and then his one-legged sister was like, Kaiko, please let him go. It's like, fine. And I went back to my corner and I wiped my nose, and that was the only time I've ever gotten into a fight. But I was so mad. I've never been so, like, that should have also been a sign of, like, hey, maybe she has ADHD. That rage outburst, that doesn't usually happen to anybody. He did not mess with me, and he didn't mess with the kid either. I'm surprised his older brother didn't even intervene. He was just like, okay. That's what you get, I guess. I think he was along the lines of, if you just got your ass kicked by a girl, I'm not helping you, bro. Only time you've gotten into a fight was when a dude was bullying your sister. Yeah, I would have stepped in too, but mostly people bullied my brother behind his back for being gay in high school. To his face, everybody loved him. That's also why they were like, why are you so different than your brother? This is a stupid question. Because we're like night and day. Our humor is a lot the same. Like, you can tell that we're related based on a lot of things, but we are so opposite. You boxed as a young man? So you've been in several fights. Controlled fights with rules. How does that work for amateur boxing? So I feel like every time I've seen amateur boxing, instead of like having like the normal like professional boxers who like take their time and wait for a strike, I've always seen them just like go crazy right out of the gate and start like swinging, and it's like, this is fun. Is sister even kind of understood it sounded like? Yeah. She was just tapping my arm. It was just like it was very gentle. Like, I didn't hear her saying anything at first. I just felt the tap on my arm, and then when I realized that she was talking to me, I let him go, and I walked back to my spot in the snow. Which is why my nose was running. It was cold out. Oh, that counts? You've been in a lot of fights? Were you in boxing as well? Does that work a lot of time in amateurs? You just overwhelm the guy? It doesn't work in professional boxing. Yeah, I can't imagine it would. No, Crusader, I didn't even notice right away that you said flights first. Oh, karate, kung fu, and judo. See, I wanted to do that stuff, but I feel like I should have because I was very small and easily picked on, but... Oh. I didn't get to do any of that stuff. I was like, I want to do self-defense stuff, and Momko was, here's your self-defense. If they get too close, kick them in the nuts. Okay. Judo is really fun. Is that the one where you throw people over your shoulder and stuff? Like, whip them around. Take them down on the ground. I wanted to do karate because my cousin was in karate. And he used to try to show me all these different cool moves, but he also broke my window once that way. He put his foot through it by jumping over some chairs. And he wasn't allowed to show me any things anymore. Studied Shaolin Kempo karate as a kid. In a Villery. What do I go with? A Villery dojo. A lot of SKK people. I don't know anything about any of that. But I always thought Kung Fu was really cool when I started watching videos on it. 'Cause it's like they hit so hard with it looks like such little effort. But it worked. It did work. Yeah, he did a jump kick over my chair and his foot went right through my window and that was the end of that. Nobody was happy. Except for me. I was happy. It was cool. It was like right in an action movie, but in my bedroom. Villari. Fred Villari made his own style of SKK. Oh, and people see him as very prideful. Oh. Because as founding Grandmaster, he kept adding more stripes to his black belt. Oh, I see. So he could just keep upping it. I'm even cooler now. Even less realistically applicable martial arts. Still teaches you how to stay calm. Still teaches you discipline. Yeah. Your boxing means jack crap if your opponent means jiu-jitsu. But you love boxing anyway, regardless. I wanted to do fun things like that. I didn't even get to play any sports until I was in high school, and I demanded that. I was like, hey, listen. I missed out on all this other stuff as a kid. I didn't get to be in band. I never got to learn how to play an instrument. Choir wasn't really my thing because you gotta stand up there and projecting my voices. I'm very shy about that, right? But they need more people for the soccer team. Otherwise, they're not gonna have a team. I'm gonna play this year. And Mamako was like, okay. Yes. Never came to any of my games, but I still got to play. I was happy about that. I was proud of that. I did something. Never mind, you forgot that one guy tried to start a fight with you and grabbed your arm. So 2 fights. Fair enough. It helped you a lot. When you showed up in 1st grade and announced that you were taking karate lessons, some kids tried to get you to fight with them, and you said no. It's just for the dojo. Yeah, I think discipline like that is very good when it's taught early on. I didn't grow up with a lot of discipline, so I've had to teach it to myself, and as someone with ADHD, it is not easy to do. You gave up your ability to climb and descend stairs to boxing? Oof. Yeah, I've heard that long-term boxers have a lot of neurological issues because of that. It makes sense. Getting boxed around the face and head is not good. Just stopping by to say hi? I appreciate it. Okay, bye. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. We should probably read some stories here eventually. I'll get to it. We've got time. Might just end up being a chatting stream instead of a story time. We'll see. Most of your discipline came from watching... I never know how to say the first part of that. I'm just gonna call it manga. And learning your work ethic from one of the characters. I wonder which one. My work ethic came from Papako. I had a really good work. As long as I'm busy, I have a great work ethic. I care about what I'm doing, and I have stuff to do, and it doesn't have to feel important. I just have to care about it, right? And keep me busy. When I'm busy, it's fine. If you're gonna give me my last job, I feel like I wasn't the best employee that I could be, because if I had one thing to do a month was the only thing that I actually had to do, no, I'm gonna hate this job, and I'm not gonna give it my 100%. Well, 110%. I do my job. I did everything. I got it all done. As he said in his words, you've met everything, but you're not as good as everybody else because you didn't excel. Well, I told you what I needed to excel, and you chose not to do it, so... Called BS, Miss Editor. Wait, what is gonna happen? I've got your stories up on my screen even. They're right there. I can read them at any moment. Let's give it somewhere between 69 and 420% for big success. Yeah. Most of my jobs, it is give it 110%. I care about it as long as I have stuff to do. It was that job specifically. It's like, I told him when I got the new boss, I was like, here's what I need to succeed. I've got this stuff, but I need more. I need to feel like I'm doing something important. Even if it's just like organizing something or doing a spreadsheet for something. Like, I need something to do that's gonna make it feel worthwhile being here when I have nothing else to do the rest of the day. And he decided no, that wasn't worth giving me the extra work, so you know, I guess they're lost. My debt, but they're lost. God, there's so much debt. Glad that at least right now my student loan debt has been on, what is it when it's a deferment? When you don't have to pay it back, but it's not going anywhere. Because I'm poor. Can't afford payments. But it certainly adds to all the debt that piled up. Too bad it wasn't like, you know, I don't know. I don't know how, like, bankruptcy works. I should look into that, honestly. Hi, Alec. How are you? Sounds like you weren't super compatible with the workplace. I was not at all. Initially, so when I was first hired in, the boss I was very compatible with, because he recognized that the role didn't have a lot of hands-on stuff. It was all like a mostly done once a month and for like a month out of the year when the role really had a lot of work. So initially he started me on being able to do a lot of side projects, which really kept me interested. And then when the new boss came in, that boss took away my side projects and was like, no, we're giving them to this role because it's more aligns with what they're doing. I was like, so now I just have the once a month thing and emergencies if it ever happens, but it never did because it's already an established process. So what do you want me to excel at specifically? You can't discharge your student loan, federal student loan to bankruptcy, but most other debt you can. Yeah, the thing is though, like right now, not to get too much into my finances, I have to balance like staggering credit card payments between like paying for everything else that needs to be paid for, like internet and electricity and rent and I still have car insurance even though my car doesn't run, and my phone bill, right? So all those those basic things need to be like balanced precariously with the last like little bit on my credit card that I have. And I'm pretty sure that you don't get to have your credit cards once you go into bankruptcy. So then it would be like, now I have to try to balance it some other way. That's why I haven't done it specifically. I've thought about debt consolidation though. I thought maybe that would help, but I know that means that you have to still pay back all of that. And my credit card payment for next month is like $900. It's like, oh no. Okay, well, so that's a lot to pay. But all that interest is adding up. It's adding up. It's getting to me. I gotta find a job. Let's see. Let's start with I wonder which one of these I have already read. Your minimum payment is $900. $990 specifically. Yeah. I put so I got a little bit more from my Twitch payment this month, so I already put like $300 on it. So I'm hoping by next month I'll be able to put more on it. Yeah, but that's just the minimum payment. It's not usually that much, so I'm thinking it did an automatic withdrawal from my account, and I did not have the money in there at the time. That's why I don't have automatic payments turned on. So I think that's why it's a lot higher. It's usually $600 is the minimum payment. Which one should we start with? The moneylenders. They ran the moneylenders out of ancient Rome for being thieves. Now they run the modern world. Yeah, where did we go wrong? That's a great question. Oh man, I don't remember which ones I read. Did I read the contract on stream? I don't think I did. I think this was a newer one that Pengu did, and I really enjoyed it. Yeah, it's a new one. Okay. Yeah, I don't remember the last time I did a reading stream, but I don't think I read the contract. Are you guys ready for some stories? That I've been talking for 2 hours. I mean, to be fair, it says story time and chatting, so you know, I think it's excusable. The aughts run the world. I wish the aughts ran the world, but they don't. Background sound? What's this? Oh no, I don't want that. That doesn't fit with anything. That would be awesome. It would be. I would just be happy with affordable, even it doesn't have to be free, just affordable education for people, and you know, free healthcare would be nice. Make a lyric video for the first song that you fully make. Commission an art by that heavily suggested but not directly shows copyright. I want to do a music video. That would be a lot of fun. There's a lot of like, there's so much things that I want to do and things that I have to do. I need to get my brain sorted. Get my medicine all correct and ready to go so I can do all these fun things. I'm going to... How do you select all? Control A. I'm going to change the text a little bit. Not that one. Oh, that one might work. It's not pretty. I'm just changing it for my ADHD, not for my dyslexia. There's this program that works just like a Adobe Flash that isn't Flash. If someone gave you art and music, you could put together a lyric video without much fuss. Huh. That's pretty cool. Okay. I guess I'll read some stories now. I think I've got like a half hour before I should probably end. That's enough time. Can you be my uncle for a minute? Sure. Are you gonna tell me to eat healthier and manage my finances better? Okay, I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best, Uncle Sparkle Pants. It's not super hard to put to just put music in. Yeah, like most editing software is fine. The thing that I struggle with making certain things is like I have big ideas. I just don't. I can't do with the basic editing software that I use. Also, throwing bricks. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. And welcome in. How are you? I'll read this one. Oh, Hero. We haven't read that one. Hero. Hey, call him. Find out why it's so much money this month. Find out where are the fees. We'll find out if there are fees and why they want to take autopay. Autopay shouldn't be on. I am gonna look into that part specifically because I was pretty sure I turned auto payment off. My other credit card that I balance with, that one's off. This one wasn't. Now, that's not to say I didn't turn it on for a reason and then forgot about it. That could happen. But yeah. You're doing well? I'm glad to hear it. You need music? Your teacher said to a friend is that she can see you improving with every week. Yeah, it's good to hear. It's a good feeling because a lot of times when you're doing something you don't necessarily see the improvements, but other people can, and it's nice that she gives that feedback. Survival first. Credit cards can wait. Rent, food, utilities first. Yeah, it's just like I said. I have to balance on those. That's the thing. Didn't always have to. Once upon a time, I didn't have any credit card debt. It was beautiful. And stupid economy, COVID shit happened, and then it's just been downhill from there. One thing after another. Oh, heart container. Thank you for the gifted sub. I appreciate it. Hey, we met our goal. 10 out of 10. Wow. Okay, enough of that talk. Let's get into something that's a little spoopier than... Well, actually, I think finances is probably more spoopy than this, but... But let's get into scary stories, huh? Alright, I'm gonna make it nice and big so that I can read one word at a time and slow down and not get too far ahead and actually read this correctly. Are you gonna say what kind of horrific story? It's chilly! Hi Chili, how are you? You just woke up? Good morning! What horrific story? God damn it. Horrific story are you gonna present that's scarier than that? I don't think there's a lot scarier than finances. Is seriously dying out before he got the Gus Fringe role? Now he's a multi-millionaire, so you never know what the future holds. True, that's kind of what I was banking on with VTubing. I was like, well, maybe if I just put a lot of effort into it and I really focus on it, that could be something in the meantime. And arguably, if I didn't have VTubing, I would be homeless. I would absolutely just be distraught, but... So yeah, you never know. It's the scariest thing you ever heard? Yeah, when I went to go make a payment, because I thought I didn't have auto payment on. I went to go make a payment and I saw that for the next month and I didn't know anything for this month. I was like... I'm gonna close this. I've submitted this payment. I'm gonna close it now and go cry myself to sleep. Thank you very much. Have a nice day. I didn't cry myself to sleep. I played pretty derby until like my eyes burned and then I went to sleep. Let's be real, that's what I've been doing. Trying to get friggin' rice shower to finish the championship at all. Gonna make some chicken yakisoba? Ooh, that sounds amazing. Have a good meal. Okay, I'm gonna read the story before we get into like heavier topics. It's called The Contract. What's that, Lassie? Kaiko's on Uma Musume again? I did have to log in after... I was gonna go to bed immediately, but I logged in to do my dailies yesterday after Moose stream. Okay, The Contract. The author placed down his pen, fresh ink still dripping from the tip into the parchment laid out on his desk. Sitting back against his chair, he grabbed a bag of sand, dusting the freshly drafted stanza. Thanks for ruining things, Mo.
Fish chips and fish chips.
Hi, Mo.
Chips, fish.
How are you?
Chips.
And thank you for the 35 months. Let's go.
Yes.
You waited specifically. You're gonna give Pengu a heart attack. Poor bird's been waiting for 2 hours, probably. Bing bong, bing bong, bing bong. Oh, you're trying to interrupt, I see. Bing bong, bing bong, ping bong. Read the story, Kaiko. Smiling cat face. Shining star. I can't. I've never had a cat that like gagged at stuff like that, but Monster sometimes when he smells something that he doesn't like, especially if it's very fruity, he will look like I just punched him in the mouth.
I'm making piss.
I'm making piss. See, that's how I knew it was Chili. Chili always puts it on my face. Not to be confused with Moose slip up that one time. She wasn't making it. She was drinking it. Okay, let's read this story. At least get through one story. This one's... I really like this one a lot, so... No, it's okay. We didn't make the sound clip. It's just a memory. No, one more? One more what? Shows up 2 hours late to my stream and then doesn't want to hear the stories for story time. You need your fix? Your awawa bird? Have you come across like the TikToks that have like weird bird sounds? I like watching those. Sparkle Pants, thank you so much for the tip. I appreciate it. Yeah, like Mr. Peeper said. Whoa, thank you so much. Thank you. I need to get some more chicken tendies anyway, so that's perfect. It does help reduce the stress, yeah. Sorry, I'm having troubles. It's okay. It can't be like this forever. Like Mamako always said, everything happens for a reason. And I'm still alive, so everything works out eventually. Okay, you're done. Your brainworms are happy. Are they? Are you done? You got no other ones? I can't. I don't know why that one makes me laugh every single freaking time. Moo's not done yet. That's the best I can shake my head. That's what I'm SMH. If I ever get updates, if they auto-modded that, I'll allow it. You don't toot that close to the fire yet. I don't know, Saturn looks like it would be fun though. Can you imagine if Earth had rings around it? How cool that would be. Scary, because I'm sure some of them would like drop down occasionally, but it would look really cool. Yeah, it would be really pretty. It'd be cool if we had like 2 moons too. You know, like in some Fantasyland settings, there's like 2 moons, and it always looks really, really pretty. I mean, I guess at least we have a moon. Imagine someplace, who doesn't have a moon? Is it Venus? Venus? Mars? They don't have moons? Something like that? Hey, so Snorlax told me Moo is about 90% cool. What do you make of that? Is that all in the chest area? Because I think that's 90% of her body is in the chest area. You think they burn up in the atmosphere anyway? That's true. These are like small enough that they would just burn up versus large asteroids. You started a diet yesterday after you thought you ate all your not diet food. Then you found cheesy soft pretzels in your freezer you forgot about. Pain. You crazy? Space travel will be more dangerous as it is. Yeah, but you know, I'm not gonna be able to just jump in my spaceship and fly, you know. I can't even jump in my car and drive. Eventually I get there. I'll get it. I need Pavako to come visit. So maybe have a cheat night? I think you don't want them to go to waste, right? As long as you continue your diet tomorrow, it'll be okay. Yeah, 2 moons would be awesome. Have no GPS because we can't have satellites? True. Unless you just mounted them on the rings. Just find a particularly large asteroid and just mount them on there. There you go. I was watching something yesterday, and eventually I get to the story. I was watching something yesterday, and they were saying that like in ancient Egypt, when the Library of Alexandria still was a thing, right? There was a guy, I don't remember his name. He basically invented a primitive steam engine, but people just looked at it like a party favor, and that's as far as it ever went. It just like got shoved off in the corner, like, oh yeah, it's neat. Oh yeah, it was Steve made the steam engine thing. But can you imagine if like people had actually looked at that and saw the use for it back then, how advanced in like technology we could possibly be today, instead of having to wait until like what 1800s for steam engines? The 1800s and steam engines were a thing. I'm trying to think. I don't remember when steam-powered engines first came about industrially. Steam stuff is cool. It is very cool. Dangerous sometimes, but cool. Hot coffee, frozen mini cream puffs, and Kaiko's reading a story. What a morning. You eventually get to the story. That sounds amazing though. I also like iced coffee. A frozen latte sounds amazing right now. You like steamed dumplings? You know, I learned how to make them once. And I was gonna actually make them at home. And I bought even all the stuff to make steamed... Well, I guess they're steamed buns. And I never did do that. I never did do it. I got into this, like... I took an Asian, like, cuisine course. At like a... It's like a summer learning thing at one of the high schools nearby. And it was a lot of fun. Because you got to, like, taste test. I couldn't taste test all the stuff, but a lot of the stuff, right? And I learned how to make a lot of things, and I was like, oh, I could do so much, and I was really motivated for a short period of time. And then that quickly went out the window. Yes, buns, steamed buns. But I have all the, like, I have the equipment to make them. I just don't have the supplies anymore. The only thing that I have supplies for it to make besides, like, the red bean paste is taiyaki, which I love. I love that stuff. It's probably not the best meal to make, but boy is it good. It takes forever though. So I have a stovetop iron instead of the electrical one, so I have to, like, keep it on a really low heat and keep checking it. So it's like it's an all-day adventure when I make taiyaki, but it's good. I'm still surprised that Fido and Baka one is approved. Is their butt is out? Their booty is out. It's been theorized the Romans were close to discovering electricity. There was a the first battery was actually made in somewhere in the Middle East. That they found a jar that had some kind of, God, what was in it? It was just, I don't remember what the fluid was, but there was like a copper rod that was stuck in it, and that could be used to actually, like, power something small. It was like the first battery was made. Long before we ever made batteries. You know what's a nice thing? Money I gave you to go to cigarettes, but now it doesn't. That is a good thing. See, look, I'm helping you quit smoking by being poor. See, look at me go. No, if you are quitting smoking, I'm very proud of you. I know it's a hard thing to do. You wonder if ancient Egyptians had steamed dumplings? I wonder. I feel like no. I don't think it was necessarily in their cuisine. I don't even know if they had rice. I know they had wheat, right? Nobody ever talks about what they ate, just what they wore. It's definitely their butt. Oh, I see it now. Hasn't been hard in all honesty. You just decided you were done with cigarettes. I guess for, like, Mamako and Papako, when they quit smoking, it was harder. It was easier for Mamako because it was like you're going to die if you don't stop. You have one lung and it's in bad shape. Stop it. The Papako, I think it was a little bit harder because, well, obviously he cared about Mamako and didn't want to be, like, an influence. It wasn't, you know, it's like when it's negative, not negatively affecting you, so it's a little bit harder. But I mean, he also quit, so it was a rough summer though. Let me tell you what. Going through both of them, very irritable. I played outside a lot. You'll buy some and light them up in your backyard in honor? No. Bad move, bad. Egyptians had at least had beer. Yeah, so they had, but they had wheat and hops. Then they made beer. They probably had hops. A cow of lies and nicotine, you cannot possess me. Yeah, Moo, we were, before you got here, we were talking about sleeping dogs. You remember that game? Remember that game that I got you like 2 years ago? And you were like, oh, I'll play this because you said it was a great game. Do you remember that game? Yeah, never let sleeping dogs lie. That's why you gotta play the game. So it doesn't lie. I'm never gonna play the game. It's such a good game. You're gonna miss out. You're gonna miss out on such a great game. Just like the rest of them missed out when they didn't renew it for a second game like they were going to. You're not gonna play it. Yeah, a joke about that? Moo is sleeping on sleeping dogs. Moo is sleeping on sleeping dogs. It depends on how sleepy the dogs are. Yeah, you're sleeping on it. The number of games you bought for people, they'll love it until they see another new game. That does tend to happen, especially with streamers. Like, Moo jumps around because... partially because it's Moo. Other part, I think, is because as a content creator, right, you're supposed to, like, stay up on the next new biggest thing. I don't, because I feel like every time I play a brand new game that comes out, I have less people that stop by because they don't want spoilers, right? So... Miss the Xbox 360 era. I had one of those. I tried to trade it in a few years ago because I didn't play it anymore, and I was like, oh, I don't need it. So I took it down to like the local used game store, and I was like, hey, I'd like to trade this in. And they're like, no. I'm sorry? No, you can't have this. We don't take these. This is the original one, and you know, it has that issue with the red ring of death that could happen. Like, but it's not, it doesn't have it though. I've had it for a long time. I've had no issues with it. It still works. Like, we can't take that. Even though it works? Like, no. Okay. Yeah, I guess like that like generation was more prone to it or something. Mine was perfectly fine. I never had any issues with it. I played it a lot because I played the Fable games on it. Hold on, we should test this. Test what? You're 2.5 hours in. How many stories have you told? Listen, I've told life stories, Chili. I've told life stories. Plus, it also says story time and chatting, not just story time. You just bought a Nintendo DS game? For a Nintendo DS? What are you gonna play? What is it? Hope I don't have to buy a new keyboard this time. I hope I don't have to buy anything new this time. Although I do very much like my keyboard. And I'm gonna put some towards my credit card and get some more chicken tendies and some more grapes because the grapes were really good. Man, you missed story time? Good news! Good news! I haven't told any stories yet, besides, like, life stories, Wolfie. Just life stories. It was fortuitous, though, Dr. Sparkle Pants, that I just went to log in, and for some reason, like, one of my number buttons wasn't working, and I was like, what the heck? So, and I tried to type it in a different spot on the top row for the number, because I have, like, the side number keypad and then the top row, and they wouldn't work. And I don't even know how I managed it. Mashing the button enough times in anger, it got to work. But then, like, right Like just like a big chunk down the center of the keyboard just didn't work anymore. Like, wow. Heck. Oh. That's another game I want to play. Wolf Quest. I have it. I just haven't played it yet. It's called Fossil Fighters. It's like a Pokemon. It's like Pokemon, but you're an archaeologist. And your dinos are stronger depending on how well you excavate and clean the fossils. That sounds actually really cool. There's like a dino fossil simulator or something. Instead of just calling it an archaeologist simulator, they didn't call it that, but I thought that looked really cool too. It's supposed to come out sometime this year or something. Now maybe a nice treat. I mean, technically the keyboard is a nice treat. It's very beautiful. It sounds very nice. Well, ice cream. Ice cream does sound good. Maybe I'll have an ice cream tomorrow. Might get one of those little cups. Like $1. There's a pop-up of Code Vein. There's a pop-up of Code Vein 2. Pengu's probably in bed. He's long given up on me reading the stories. Message me tomorrow, so what they think? No. Ah. here? Well, it's Moo's fault. Tell Moo to stop interrupting me. I don't know how she is. Like, have you ever heard the joke? Interrupting cow? They're like, knock knock. Like, who's there? They say interrupting cow, and they say interrupting, and you go, Moo! That's Vomu right there. 100%. You're lurking though? I appreciate it. Beam, 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 beam. Thank you for the 34 months. I appreciate it, Chili. We get the little Haagen-Dazs ice cream cups at work every Monday. Ooh. Oh, but you can't eat them anymore. No. Is this like a no sugar diet again? I'll try to not announce when I'm eating candy. Although I'm on my last box of Sweet Tarts. They've lasted me 4 months. Which is good. They weren't too expensive to buy a little bulk stock of them. Because of the kind of candy it's been easy to like refrain from over consuming. It gives me just the nice little fix that I need. Yeah, okay. I'll try not to mention it too much. Went through 5 pounds of gummy worms in like 5 days once. I remember doing that when I first became an adult. I was like, I'm gonna get these because I can. And then I did. And then that's pretty much what I ate for a week. And then I was like, wow, I should not do that. Try not to keep sweets in the house because of that, because you go nuts. Yeah, same. Like, I don't have the dopamine kick that you get from sugary foods is too strong with me, so I tried to keep only things that give me the fix without wanting me to go like consume the entire bag kind of thing. And if I do have something that is like that, I try to keep it in small amounts. Yeah, like grapes. Yeah, grapes. The Sweet Tarts are good because I can only eat so much of them before I just get sick of it. So just a few pieces here and there is good enough. Unless I'm out of peanuts. Which I'm almost out of peanuts. I don't know if I'll buy them again like that. I just need them to come back to the store that I got them from the first time. I'll have to find a new brand. Sum 41 on their final album has a good song called Dopamine. I'll have to check it out. Peanut? Yeah, it's not even a crunch anymore. That's the end of that. Okay. Let's see, at least get through one story. Yeah, it was a 2 out of 10 crunch. It wasn't. It's what moo? I think the peanuts are a little stale, so they're just soft now. Do your nephews not have ADHD? They'd be lucky. An adult with ADHD is very bad, especially when they weren't raised with good discipline to learn how to navigate that said ADHD. I need to get that duck. What duck? Dinner consumed? Yay! How are you feeling today, Fuji? Nemonamine? I need one of those, like the Crusader and the Almond Shake, but I need one where I just throw moo at the wall. Your good's better? I'm glad to hear it. Your oldest nephew is 16 and not very adorable at all? His younger brother is 13 and equally not adorable. And the youngest is 7 and he's adorable, but he has no problems. I see. I'm adorable and have problems. Yay, I think. Starting a new file in 7 days. Alright, starting a new 7 days file, so you can do commentary if you do 7 days on Sunday. But yeah, I don't know if Moo heard any of that stuff. Hey Moo, since we're derailing from story time, continuing to derail, Crusader had an idea of maybe playing Monster Hunter Wilds on Sunday instead of Killing Floor because there's a new update. They had the summer festival happening and there's a bunch of new monsters, he said. Or 7 days. And then I said, don't make plans without Moo because they will derail.
You guys are adorable.
You guys are adorable. Coco's so precious. Hopefully she won't be gone from streaming too long. Instantly you want to play 7 days more, but you can see how you feel. So in other words, it's just that whatever, I wake up and I want to play. You were difficult, Moo. Coco is on the move? Yeah. She'll be back in September if all goes according to plan. That's not too far. It's not too far. Better than last time when it was it starts with an I think. An indeterminate amount of time. Was it 2 years? Wow. Plus, this is for good reason, though. It's not because she's sick. They have water guns now? Oh. Well, if not this Sunday, then next Sunday, probably. I'd say Saturday, but I don't think we'll be done with Baldur's Gate by then. And Gemma has a bikini outfit. That should get Moo's attention. Happiest fighting game you play, but much like you like Dragon's Dogma, Warframe in 7 days. In 7 days, muchly. One of the blacksmith has a bikini outfit, Moo. Can you use the water guns as weapons? You also have a bikini? These are important questions, Crusader. You were saving the big guns? They don't make bikini tops that big. Yeah. You have to get them custom made at that point, I think. His size Triple H. Isn't that a wrestler? Update Wild Hearts? Wow. That's a big mistake to make, Moo. Triple H is was a wrestler. A wrestler. Him was a wrestler. He's a CEO of a whole company now? Damn. The water gun is like a hub thing and you can spray each other. You want to spray the monsters? I don't think that's gonna work, Moo. Wait, they want to kill you. You just shoot them with a water gun. Just gonna say hi, leave stream on and go to bed. Okay, Mango. I hope you have a good rest. Vince McMahon allegedly did some very bad things and had to go away. Ah. Well, that makes sense. Somebody else had to take over eventually, even if he didn't do bad things. Some Westland. I mean, there might be a weapon skin of it. But, I mean, maybe for one of the guns. We'll see though too, because Fru said that there's been performance issues with the game since the update too, so don't look up the Vince McMahon lawsuit stuff. It's really, truly horrific. Like you won't be able to unread it. It's horrible what that person did allegedly. I'll refrain. I've heard enough stories from people doing horrible things. Yeah, bad Diablos. He is spritzing. I was gonna do a sound effect, but then I realized I don't know how to make a sound effect for a squirt gun. This is the best I got. But that just sounds like I'm trying to call a cat over. Bam. Bam. Light the brick throw anymore. Okay, okay, alright. Let's read a heckin' story. I love raccoons. You have an announcement? Okay, go ahead, Moo. What's your announcement? That Moo is a big story hater? Does she hate stories? You uninstalled it? You should kept that to yourself, I think. I think you just lost like 5 points in friendship with Crusader. I also see that you're now playing it. You wanna read an allegedly terrible story? Your first chapter is unedited and I don't know. I mean, listen, I started on like the first half of the page. I needed to get this done because I was gonna do it last month and then I didn't, and here we are. We'll get there. I'll get there, Woofy. Don't no worries. It automatically? I don't think so. It did it automatically. I don't believe that. It wasn't uninstalled, it just had to update. Why are you yelling, Moo? Can't take Moo anywhere. Literally raised by cows. Imagine playing Monster Hunter. Have you not been playing? Or have you been playing? Fuji's playing Killing Floor. Fuji's playing Killing Floor! This is a crisis. Yeah, it means Fuji's got Killing Floor 3. Your ex was a crisis? Who is a crisis too? She's a crisis cow. You haven't played Monster Hunter in forever? I haven't played it in ages. Months, I think. Moo makes a mess and doesn't clean it up, and her parents ask, "Were you raised in a barn?" Moo's like, "Yep." Yep. I remember that. Don't leave the door open. We're not heating the outside. Were you raised in a barn? You raised me. You raised me. Why are you asking me that? Some of the places probably a barn would have been better to be raised in. But, you know, everything worked out. I lived in some pretty sketchy places. I remember there was a winter where we had to live in a, like a camper, little travel camper. That was terrible, because it didn't have heat. We had to use the stove, which is real safe, you know, with carbon monoxide stuff. So you used the propane tank to turn the oven on, and that would heat the little camper. My brother and I were constantly sick. We slept on the floor on these little mattresses, if you want to call them that. They were like foam, so they were mostly just flat. It was mostly just sleeping on the ground, but it was a terrible time. And then one summer we lived in another travel camper, but we had like the little beds inside the camper that we could sleep on. Carbon monoxide? You mean the funny air? Yeah. Yeah, funny air and mold. Uncle, please. I said, you know, there's tough times, you know. That's what we had. It was not a good Christmas, but because we lived outside of my mom's friends of a friend's house, and he didn't like kids, so we weren't allowed to go inside the house. He had a wood stove, but on Christmas Day, he was just feeling generous enough, so we got to go inside the house, and it was really nice because it was warm, but my sinuses hate wood stoves so much. Like, they immediately starts to drain. Yeah, it was Christmas. You have inner fleas? Kaiko experienced true struggles? Yeah, life was not easy for me and my family. You like Christmas? I like Christmas too. It's a fun time because it's like the time of year we can like give stuff and nobody's like, oh, you shouldn't have done this. You know, why are you randomly buying me something? What's your end game here, Kaiko? I just like to buy people things. It's been a while since I haven't been able to do that. Like cards mostly is what I've been able to do lately, but Mostly everybody understands. It feels bad more for me. I want to get to see these things, and you used to get bonuses, Christmas bonuses, and buy everybody stuff that they wanted and make them really happy during Christmas, and like, ha, take that. Get loved on, idiots.
Honey.
Hi Sam, how are you? You know the mold thing, but that's because we used to live in Washington State. So I'm allergic to a strand of mold.
Hydration is important.
And my brother is allergic to penicillin and another strand of mold, so it was really bad for us that Christmas. And I remember having to wake up really, really early to go to school. Obviously not on Christmas, but like the months leading to and after, because the school bus didn't run out that way. We lived it was like in the middle of nowhere, so I had to get up really early and go to my mom's best friend's house, because my dad would, we only had the one car, so my dad would take us to her house to drop us off and then go to work, and then we would sleep for another hour and a half and then wake up and catch the bus from her place and then go to school. It was terrible. Ha, get loved on, losers. Yeah, get loved on and appreciated. Take it. Take that. So, is nobody else gonna call out Moo and her inner fleas? Oh, Wolfie did. That's fine. Ew, Moo has fleas. She needs a collar. Get one of those flea collars for Moo. Should do that. Next time Moo's live, I'm gonna put flea collar on her collar. Hi Reaper, how are you? Okay, now Moo, do you have any more announcements to make on my stream? Or can I finally read the story that Pengu wrote? Before I have to end in like 20 minutes. Make me feel very lucky. I wasn't rich growing up, but I was never hungry or cold. Yeah, I mean, bad things happen, right? It's not like I didn't have bad parents, they just had bad luck. And, you know, but it is what it is. Have I been? I've been very good. That would be hilarious. I'm gonna do it. If I remember to do it. Put flea collar on there. All caps. It's Moo, you're not surprised by anything she says anymore? You know, you'd think that sometimes I wouldn't even think twice about it, but every now and then she still gets me like, Moo, shut up. Please say things correctly. Stop talking, please. Alright, Moo, I'm gonna read the story. I'm doing it. I'm just gonna wait until I start talking specifically. You watch. Heckin' cow. Okay. I'm gonna start over because I think I started the story like an hour ago at this point. It's called The Contract. The author placed his pen down, fresh ink still dripping from the tip onto the parchment laid out on his desk. Sitting back against his chair, he grabbed a bag of sand, dusting the freshly drafted stanzas to speed up their drying. How many does this make now? The author pondered aloud to an empty study. 30, 40, I've lost count. His eyes wandered the walls, laden with books, coming to rest on the windowed alcove. Sunlight filtering through the glass hinted that it was already midday. Looking back at the parchment, he could see the clear signs that the sand had done its work, locking the words in their place. With a sigh, the writer added the final page to the stack, forming yet another work that would be bound, copied, and distributed en masse to people. Was it Mr. Alcove that actually invented alcoves? Huh. I didn't know that. Hussein Wacky thinks is one of your favorite moments. It happens a lot. Early on in his writing career, he was heralded as a creative upstart. However, much like the Sandy words, his creativity was beginning to wane. On the walk to the publishing house, he began coughing. A recent bout with pneumonia left fluid behind in his lungs as a parting gift. Pulling out a flask, he took a quick swig of laudanum. I almost messed up that word. Pulling out his flask, he took a quick swig of laudanum that had been cut with water. Terrible editing. Who is your editor? Had been cut with water. The author had to see too many people become enraptured. I got it. Enraptured by the siren's call of the poppy extract, and did not wish to become one of them. As he entered the printing house, he was greeted by a rapid clacking and slamming of keys, and slides as dozens of typewriters empowered by man's muses recorded tomorrow's articles and stories. "Ah, my good friend," a booming voice overcame the mechanical orchestra. "I'm assuming due to your presence you have completed the latest manuscript?" Masterpiece is what it is. Pneumonia? Listen, it's hard. It's just like specific and Pacific. Such a coincidence. You were in the lungs, and now that you're here, let's have a Pokemon battle. That was a very well timed to be. I hear I was expecting monkeys on the typewriters. Yeah, pretty much, honestly. Typewriting is very difficult to type on. Yeah, completed the latest masterpiece. Smiling, the author walked towards the now open door of his longtime friend and editor of the print house. "James, it's been far too long since we last spoke. And you're absolutely right. I just finished another tale to publish in the monthly issue. As long as I'm still welcome to contribute," the author said with a playfulness in his voice. "You are ever a sly devil. Of course you're welcome to contribute, assuming, of course, you're still a genius with a penmanship of words," James said with an equally wary smile, teasing at the corner of his lips. As the men continued to talk, pleasantries catching up on the past few months, the room began to darken as the sun crept ever lower outside. The men embraced a quick hug, with slaps on the back, wishing each other good health as they departed the building for the evening, heading their separate ways back home. Gas lamp street lights were ignited by the diligent keepers as the author strolled the sidewalk alongside the cobbled road. He tilted his hat and exchanged brief pleasantries. He tilted his hat and exchanged brief pleasantries. God damn it. You know. Speaking of bedtime, you're an hour and 44 minutes late to yours. I'm gonna be late to mine. Yes, I can't read correctly. And then suddenly, the writer was, in fact, the hit author of Alan Wake. Conclusion. There you go. I may start it over that sentence again. He tilted his hat and exchanged brief pleasantries as he passed by gentlefolk along the way. The road he followed was such a familiar one. The author was surprised there was not a slight wear on the hundreds of slabs from his repeated ventures upon it. Brightly lit windows exposed their goods for wandering eyes, and he began to traverse the market district leading to his home. The author almost tripped over... Oh, no, the The author almost tripped as his eyes locked onto an unfamiliar storefront. Where did this antique store come from? Oh my god, No, you played some of that game. Yet another game that Moo did not finish. Also, if you're going to bed, Ampy, make sure you get some rest. The building was crafted from what the man could only assume was some sort of ebony boards due to their untreated weather texture. A solid door with a segregated window greeted him, offering an oddly new-looking bronze knob jutting from it. With only the briefest of hesitations, the author rotated the knob, hearing the all-too-familiar metallic sliding as the tongue retracted, giving entrance to the shop hidden within. The bell clanged above his head as an eerie light illuminated all kinds of wonders to the eye to consume. Passing through the shelves of artifacts, some familiar and others foreign, the author's mind raced at the potential stories housed within each of them, within each of the items. Two voices, one old and almost poetic in rhythm, and the other flowing with youthful confidence, floated towards the author from the back of the store. As the author exited from the aisle he was traversing, confusion quickly marred his face as the two figures before him. Ah, Lucy, we have a visitor on this most auspicious of nights, the balding old man said from behind the counter. Oh, come now, Billy. Is that any way to greet a potential patron? Lucy responded, turning to face the author. Welcome, good sir. The antique store you have chosen to pay patron to this evening is quite a unique location that few have the pleasure of visiting. Lucy was a shockingly handsome man. One might even refer to him as beautiful. He was wearing a three-piece white suit with a double three-button vest and a gold gilding accenting the edges of each part of the attire. The golden doubled-over handkerchief jutted from his jacket pocket, with three perfectly aligned peaks, matching the golden tie that hung from his neck. Meanwhile, Billy wore a plain olive long-sleeved shirt with a maroon stripe jutting through the center and ending at the point just shy of the neckline. The contrast of the dated, simple attire against the exotic suit entangled the author's tongue, rendering him speechless. You love listening to my stories? I'm glad to hear it. I do try to do different voices. It's hard though. It's hard. I have only so many voices. My dear Lucy, no, that's Lucy's voice. My dear Lucy, I believe you have entrapped our visitor with your ostentatious visage. Visage. Is it visage? With your ostentatious visage. Billy's voice holding mirth not normally seen, heard from someone so advanced in their years. I do believe our guest tonight, mayhaps, has some touch of lame from shock. Forgot that made me laugh. This is funny. I do believe our guest tonight, mayhaps, has a touch of lame from shock. Come now, sir, a pair of gentlemen. Billy gestured dismissively at Lucy, or nothing to lose your voice over. The author's vision swam with it for a split second, and suddenly both Billy and Lucy were holding goblets, with a third invitingly sitting on the counter. Would you care to join us for a jaunt down memory lane? For I fear my time as a proprietor of this establishment is drawing to a close. A gentle, almost remorseful smile stretched across just shy of Billy's eyes. The other stepped forward, lifting the silver and onyx goblet, and inhaled the fragrance of the maroon fluid within. A rich Merlot, with hints of wood and berries, told the author that a fine wine had found its way into the goblet. Well, if you're kindly offering me such an elegant gift as a greeting to a new friend, then let us toast. All three brought their goblets together with a clink. To good health and better days, the author said with a smile on his face. The other two repeated his toast, and all took a mouthful of wine. Billy waved towards a simple rounded coffee table and chairs, which Lucy quickly converted into a seating for three men. As the night continued on, the author came to learn much about the pair, finding a particular infinity with Billy. For they were both writers. Billy swore up and down that his works were written when he was a younger man and had only provided a marginal amount of notoriety. But he would rather not speak upon his past and instead wished to hear about the younger man's work. Lucy sat quietly listening to his friend and the other man spin fresh tales at the table, nodding along and adding the occasional anecdote. Before the man had realized it, the grandfather clock rang 8 times, marking the birth of a new day. Oh my! How strange this encounter has been, my new friends, the author said with a smile on his face. How often are you open, Billy? I would appreciate the opportunity to visit again and repay you for your kindness this night. Billy glanced at Lucy before returning his gaze to the author. I should be here every day this week. Do not fret the time, for I know I shall open regardless of when you enter next. Billy gestured to Lucy with an open palm. However, I'm sure this one would not mind being present next time you arrive. Let's plan a week from yesterday. I believe Lucy has some business to attend to, and now and then. Lucy's eyes slid to the side in their sockets with a toothless grin lifted to one side, nodding in agreement. And without speaking another word, Lucy rose from his seat and walked out the door into the morning rays. He is ever a peculiar one, Lucy. He is ever a peculiar one, Lucy. I never quite know what he will do when he visits or how long he will stay. However, tonight I think you brought new life into these old walls that haven't been felt in a long time. Billy began to raise himself from his chair, and the author quickly rushed to aid Billy to his feet. It truly does seem that my years have begun to catch up with me. Thank you for the help. As the two gave temporary farewells, the author proceeded to finish his journey from the night before to his home. The preceding week was one of rest and spending the initial payment he had received from James. As the author wandered the shops in town looking at the goods being peddled, he wondered if he should potentially buy gifts for Billy and Lucy. The author found a simple leather-bound writing journal that just felt like a functionally appropriate gift for the fellow writer. However, the author found himself uncertain on what to get a gentleman like Lucy, someone who wore his wealth so blatantly for all to see. A thought slithered into his brain as he walked down the aisle, full of finely carved animals. He stopped next to a matching pair of golden turtle dove cufflinks. "Oh, this should do nicely with the rest of his attire," the author spoke out loud. In that moment, the hairs on the back of his neck rose up. The author turned around with calculated speed to absorb the surroundings. He could have sworn he just saw the edge of Lucy's jacket passing the final window in the shops he was in. Must be an overactive imagination, the author mumbled aloud. Others had turned to stare at the bizarre man talking to himself. Realizing his rather public display of misperceived mania, the author hurriedly went to the clerk and paid for the items before exiting the store with haste. As the author continued along the market district, he smiled as the seasoned antique store became visible once more. So many people passed by the dated building without even sparing a glance at it. However, the author knew that adventures of the mind and artistic adventures were about to be had once more. Billy was sorting items on on a shelf as the author activated the drawstring to the bell above the door. Ah, my new friend, welcome in, welcome in. Please hang your coat on the closet. Hang your coat in the closet. I left the table and chair set up from last week, and Lucy's already back there. As Billy continued to place what the author could only assume was fresh inventory on the shelves, he continued towards the counter in the back. Pop and Rico? Hello, how are you? Wait a minute, this isn't much Grandma's house. Wait, Grandma's house? How'd you wander out here in the woods, little Poppin? Wish I had bigger teeth, I would grin at you. He refreshed inventory and shelves with him back. Lucy leaned over a stack of papers. Papers drafting with a goose feather pen. His ink pot was filled with a deep maroon red fluid that created the most vibrant red when used to etch the new words. Well met, Lucy. May I ask what so entrapted your attention on this fine day? Lucy looked up with a briefly looking startled. I'm gonna try that one again. Lucy looked up, briefly looking startled by the new source of noise. A smile that not quite reached his eyes began to form on Lucy's face. Ah, I see you finally arrived. As for what I'm working on, you ask. Honestly and simple, it's something that Billy and I have been discussing since your last visit. Lucy shuffled and the already completed stack. Lucy shuffled the already completed stack, searching for the opening page. With a gleeful grin appearing, Lucy placed the title document before the author. Transfer of ownership rights for the Pegratorium Antiquities. Pegratorium Antiquities is the name of the store, I think. Why does it say fluid and not ink? That's a great question, Dr. Sparkle Pants. That's a great question. Hi, Red. How are you today? Welcome in. Okay. Transfer of ownership rights for the Purgatorium. That's what it is. Purgatorium Antiquities. The author's eyes went wide as he read the title of the document. Billy had snuck up from behind and placed a hand on the author's shoulder. On his shoulder. Dude, is this the story where things happen? It is. It is a story where things happen. That's why your questions are so on point. It's true. Aiko-san, how are you today? Welcome in. I see you're almost done. Oh, heart container. Thank you, Dr. Sparkle Pants. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. And the one for Aiko-san too. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank yous. Oh, right here. Place his hand on the author's shoulder. I see you're almost done with our masterpiece, Lucy. My friend, please have a seat. Billy gestured to the chair opposing Lucy as he took his own. As I mentioned last time, I feel my life coming to its long-awaited conclusion. As such, I have been looking for an appropriate replacement for the Purgatorium. Someone who could appreciate the stories held in the artifacts that have been gathered and deposited within these walls. And you, good sir, Billy gestured to the author, I have found a kindred spirit. The author looked from Billy to Lucy, who was adding 3 lines to the bottom of the last page, outlining the signature rolls next to each. Lucy spoke next. I am the co-owner of this fine establishment, and one might say I'm an investor in collecting the past and future of humanity. Well, I am sad to say my time with Billy is drawing to a close. I think you and I could create an equally meaningful friendship. Lucy set down the feather, and shockingly to the author, brought all the papers together without sanding the pages before handing the contract to the author. Even more shocking, as he thumbed through the document, not a single page had smeared the red ink. It was almost like the ink had dried instantly. The contract was a fairly traditional one, outlining the role of the curator for the Purgatorium, that the creator of the Purgatorium would take on, as well as the ownership of the split 50-50 between the curator and the proprietor, Lucy. The final surprise, though, was the price to take over the role of curator. Open and close the Purgatorium every day, managing daily affairs until a new curator could be found. Arthur looked up at the two men before him. Just to be clear, the price to own the Purgatorium is just work within the walls every day, presumably until I die? Both men nodded, Lucy vigorously with a smile and Billy much more slowly with a serious expression on his face. Billy's voice was measured, not revealing any emotion in his words. I will warn you, the work of being a curator does get taxing initially, but you will eventually grow accustomed to the routine if you choose to sign. However, like all contracts, this one is binding and there's no way to back out of it once it's been signed. The author leaned back in his chair. May I think on it throughout our time together today, and decide whether or not to sign as we discuss the operation of this business further. Both men again nodded in agreement to the request of the author. With a sigh of relief, he heard the thunk of his lower jacket pocket against the chair, reminding him of the gifts that he purchased earlier. Oh my, I almost forgot. Due to the seriousness of this conversation, I bought you both gifts today. Placing the larger gift box of the journal in front of Billy and the smaller gift box of the doves in front of Lucy, both looked at each other with humored confusion. As Billy broke the strap on the and lifted the top, a warm smile formed across the old man's face. This is a wonderful gift, truly proof that we do have an understanding of each other's natures. Excitedly, after seeing Billy's gift, Lucy proceeded to tear the housing for his gift. Childlike. His eyes widened briefly before an uncommonly soft smile broke across his face. My father loves doves. This is a surprising gift, to say the least. Thank you, my friend. Lucy proceeded to unhook the simple golden barred cufflinks, replacing them with the doves. The remainder of the night went much like the previous week's had. The remainder of the night went much like the previous week's had. As the hours crept on, the contract continued to inhabit its place in the center of the table, waiting for a decision to be made. Lucy cleared his throat, interrupting the latest exchange between the other two. Gentlemen, it seems the night has come to a close, and I, once again, am sadly, I have to have business to attend to today, gesturing towards the contract between them. Have you made your decision yet on whether or not you will sign? The author thought about the conversation that they had the last 2 weeks, and formed a final question. If I do sign, Billy, will you still be around for a while to show me the ropes of running the Purgatorium? Billy sat up, locking his hands before him while he leaned on the table. I will not leave until you are truly ready to take over this establishment. So fear not, my friends. We have many nights like this before my time comes to an end. Billy winked as the author laughed at the play on Billy's words. At the play on words Billy showcased in his retort. I'm gonna take a drink of water. With such a capable teacher, much like Lucy here, I see no reason to not sign and become the next curator of the Purgatorium. The stories that I will learn and have yet to see come through these doors intrigue me too much to say no at this point. With a gentle yet rapid motion, Lucy produced a finely crafted pen and placed it before them. Billy was the first to pick up the pen, and without inking the tip, signed the paper with a rich red ink, the likes of which the author had never seen before. Lucy went next. The cursive of his full name was unreadable, even foreign-looking, much like a doctor's. As the author picked up the pen and rested it back in the crook of his thumb, he felt a small pinch between his thumb and index finger as he signed his name. Handing both the contract and the pen to Lucy, the author was surprised by a small bead of blood that was beginning to form. I'm sorry, Lucy. It looks like I may have accidentally cut myself using your pen. Oh, it happens to the best of us, Lucy replied. Would you like to use my kerchief to clean your hand? No, it's not necessary. It'll dry up and be healed in no time. Thank you both for this opportunity and this new adventure that we shall now share in. With a final exchange between the author and himself, Lucy rose from his chair, gathered up the contract, and departed from the Purgatorium. Billy and the author started up a new conversation about the role of the curator and the general business practices. They worked out a schedule that would not interfere with the author's writing, but also provide enough time each week for him to also learn the ropes of his new role. As the midday bell began to toll its rhythm, the men gave their farewells, and the author headed towards his home once more. Months began to turn into years. The author worked dutifully, side by side with Billy, learning all he could about the operations of the Purgatorium. You're a bit lost? Who wrote the story? Pengu, Arcane, wrote this story. Months began to turn to years. The author worked dutifully side by side with Billy, learning all he could about the operations of the Purgatorium. The author had produced dozens of additional works. Some referenced his own life's triumphs and tragedies, while others being introspective observations on the more nefarious sides of the ever-changing world outside. His popularity continued to grow, but so too were his detractors. The publishers he had once turned to had begun calling his work repetitive, and interest in his new works were beginning to wane, instead requesting permission to republish his existing pieces. Former friends now turned critiques also began pointing out his slow shifting to appearing devilish or disheveled and sickly, hinting without saying it that he had fallen victim to the siren's call of laudanum. Certainly he had been worse for wear, as he had developed a cough that would never clear, forcing him to rely on tincture to alleviate the worst of it. Hi. They were just asking who wrote the story. Tinctures. Tinctures. The tinctures. Quite infamous, yeah. The tinctures. Tinctures. Yeah, you know what I meant. To alleviate the worst of it. As the author entered the Purgatorium for what felt like the 1000th time, he was surprised to see Lucy within its confines. The tinctures. That one would be easier to say. But then there are tinctures to alleviate the worst of it. As the author entered the Purgatorium for what felt like the 1000th time, he was surprised to see Lucy within its confines. Normally, Billy would notify the author when Lucy was going to visit, as his work kept him traveling quite regularly since he was both a doctor and a lawyer. A good day, my friend, Lucy said, turning towards the author. I heard you've been... hydrate. Hit him with those... Oh, CD skipping. Hang on a second. Oh, thanks, Chili. That's better. So he probably has tuberculosis, probably. And he's, reliant on opiates. Yeah. I think that's the idea. I don't know what a tincture is, though. Where was I? I'm gonna start that paragraph again. As the author entered the purgatorium for what felt like the 1000th time, he was surprised to see Lucy within his confines. Normally, Billy would notify the author when Lucy was going to visit, as his work kept him traveling quite regularly. Tuberculosis. Right, I remember now. He travels a lot because he's both a doctor and a lawyer. A good day, my friend, Lucy said, turning towards the author. I heard you've been hiding a dreadful cough from me these past few months. Lucy produced a stethoscope from his bag. Let me have a listen to those lungs of yours, for I may have an idea what it is. As the author lifted his shirt, Lucy listened to the air. Fill the lungs up before causing the all too familiar popping as the oxygen mixed with the fluid in his lungs. As Lucy straightened, he looked at the author in his eyes. Have you been coughing up bloody mucus? The author was shocked that Lucy had nailed the latest symptom that had developed. My regular doctor has no idea what it is. He called it an extreme version of pneumonia. God damn it. Pneumonia. But unlike previous, we can't seem to overcome it with medicine. Lucy looked down at the ground. My dear friend, you have developed a disease that has yet to be defined on these shores. It's called tuberculosis, or the White Death. Lucy looked up at his friend with a sad look in his eyes. I'm sorry to say it's fatal, without a cure, as yours is rather advanced. Lucy placed his stethoscope back within his bag. Within his bag, and hesitantly hidden within the confines before returning with an onyx vial held within his grasp. Laudanum can only soften the effects, but the substance in here will have more of a... Lucy hesitated. Permanent effect. Billy looked at the vial in Lucy's hand and sighed as his shoulders slumped. I'm aware of how effective the substance in that vial can be, for I once knew a man who consumed it at the loss of his love. Sadness was etched into Billy's face. I promise you, if you choose to use that vial, your end will be quick and painless, as you drift off into a euphoric final sleep. The author walked forward, picking up the vial and uncorking its top. The substance within was an inky prismatic color with a pleasant odor, almost inviting to a person to consume it. Author turned to the two men. What about the purgatorium? Billy, you said yourself that your time is coming to an end. Who will look after it once I'm gone? Billy smiled, looking at the ground, unable to meet the author's eyes. The next curator, of course. The purgatorium will always have a curator, whether it's myself, you, or someone else in the future. Just as Lucy is the proprietor today, there will be a proprietor tomorrow. The author nodded along to Billy's words, understanding the meaning he was trying to convey. Regardless if the author was going to be there to be the next curator, or a new one would be found. But whether or not he was going to be there to be the next curator, a new one would be found. The author exchanged his final goodbyes with both men, deciding that his story would end by his own hand and not some invisible disease. As the author returned home, he pulled out his will, making sure all of his affairs were in order. He placed the final letter onto the mail. He placed his final letters into the mail, not on it, into the mail to be delivered in the days to come. The author exited his home and locked it for the one final time before he began to walk to his favorite tavern. As he walked through the doors, the barkeep recognized the author as a regular and had a tankard of his favorite mead delivered to his table. The author drank the glass down halfway before adding the concoction to the remainder. Swirling the mixture, he toasted the air and began to drink the rest. The last thing he remembered were the concerned faces of friends and a white room before everything went black. The author suddenly awoke to the sounds of crates falling to the ground. Looking around, the room he was in was foreign to him. The wooden walls, however, looked eerily familiar. Raising from the bed he had found himself in, the man looked around at the remainder of his surroundings, realizing that this must be the back room of the Purgatorium. However, if he was here, where was Billy? Exiting behind the curtain that separated the room from the rest of the store, he was greeted not by Billy, but by Lucy. "Good morning, dear friend," Lucy said with a bow. "Today begins our long friendship, so I should probably introduce myself at long last. My full name is Lucifer Morningstar." The author's eyes practically burst from his skull with how quickly they widened. "Yes, that Lucifer, my friend, and the contract you signed with my pen was your blood. The ink," Lucifer emphasized the words with air quotes, "was pulled from your blood. The hidden needle exists in the butts, and when it's possessed properly, it will draw blood from the writer to use as the ink. As for Billy, his contract as a former curator has been fulfilled, and he has been relieved of his station. I will truly miss him. For we have worked together for 233 years. However, he was right. You and I will have many stories left to tell." The author glared at Lucifer, not knowing the mistake he made, yelling to get out of the store, "Get out of the store! If I'm gonna live for hundreds of years, I don't want to see you right now. Or ever, probably. I don't want to see you right now." Lucifer smiled, bowed, and laughed boisterously as he exited through the door, flipping the sign to open as he left. The author let out a scream of anger, realizing his new fate was going to be longer than he could have ever imagined. The author shuffled to the back room, taking better stock of the items housed within. A simple bed was placed beneath a window against the far wall, and a small desk sat against the wall opposite from it. His most precious belongings sat on top of it, but in the center was the pen he had used to sign the contract, with a note that read, "A gift for the new curator of the Purgatorium." Continuing around the room, he was surprised that decorating one of the walls was the picture that he commissioned of his late wife, and a series of bronze tags on a wooden sign with golden-hued lettering read, "Past curators of the Purgatorium." Going through the list of names and dates, he was shocked to see many of them familiar with. Going through the list of names and dates, he was shocked to see so many he was familiar with. The last 7, however, he was painfully familiar with. I'm going to butcher some of these, but I'm going to try my best. L. Seneca, 65 AD. C. Shu, 297 AD. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna skip through these because I can't pronounce this shit. These are the names. There you go. There's the names. And then we get to 1374 AD. W. Shakespeare, 1616 AD. Finally, the most recently placed tag contained his name. It doesn't work out as much, but so 250-ish years each. I think the point is that they're all famous authors, right? The last one, Billy, being William Shakespeare. Also, I found an editing error I missed. I'm gonna change that right now. Good morning. Where are you? Boop 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 boop. Oh, I should have nabbed it right when I saw it. Right there. Just...
Hydration is important.
Bam. Hydrate, you got it. What do you guys think? I really liked that one. I had guessed probably Lucy was Lucifer, but only because that's what he's called in a show I've watched, whose name I don't recall at the moment. Willie Shakes, they called him? Ah, that's what they called him. Not Billy. That's why they didn't. That's why I couldn't have guessed it was Billy. Nobody knew. Nobody knew. Alright, this one I gotta change the font. I'm just gonna see if this works better. I'm gonna read this last one and then I'll probably call it after that because I gotta get, like I said, I gotta make it a short night. But I really like that one. If you had feedback on things that maybe could be done differently or said differently, or your likes and dislikes, that would be very helpful to both Pengu and I. Pengu because he's the author, and me because I like to be a better editor. I know it's hard when I mumble through stuff or misread things, but you know, I do the best I can. It's hard reading out loud, okay? It's hard reading out loud. I used to do anything I could in school to avoid reading out loud because I just would either get yelled at or I would be so anxious that I would mess up all the words, and then my dyslexia was really bad. So just on top of it, I just had problem after problem in school. Like even to the point where like I don't think I can read today. My throat really hurts. My teacher was really nice about it though. He never pushed me to do anything. Okay, I'm gonna go right into the next one because, like I said, I'm gonna read this one, and that'll probably be it for tonight. We'll talk a little bit more after, but that's the stories I'm gonna get through tonight. I'll have to do this. I wanted to do this more often, so I'll have another reading, chatting night. Cause I want to do the TikTok thing too. I have a lot of TikToks to show you guys. This one's called Hero. I really, really, really like this one too. It's a little bit shorter. Just like me, for real, for real. Dyslexia is a problem. Alright, I'll do my best. It says called Hero. The villain awoke to a steady drip of water clapping the concrete floor. His head was throbbing as each drop slowly built into a puddle. His vision was blurry, and his thoughts were jumbled as he struggled to remember what had happened and how long he had been in this room. As his other senses began to come back, he could feel his arms burning, realizing they were bound above his head. With superhuman strength, he tried to break the bindings around his wrists. It's a Frida Bandita! I'll start the story over. Vito! Thank you so much for the raid! Oh, why did it scroll all the way up there? I just wanted to go up a little bit. See what Vito was playing. Boom, 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 boom. Steins Gate. Oh, anyway. Fido, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, raiders, if you haven't been here before. I'm everyone's favorite, only a little broken, misfit demon from the underworld. Murasaki Keiko desu. Yo scoop. Onegaishimasu. How was Steins Gate?
Oh, damn you, bitch!
Oh, damn you, bitch. Also, Fido, if you need to do some after stream care or take off, grab something to eat, drink, get sleep, I understand. You want to stay and hang out, we're going to read through another story. Okay. I'm gonna eat this gummy Jolly Rancher and then I'll continue. It's a sour one. Ooh. That really pinches the cheeks. Mmm. Okay. Let's try it again. Hero. By Pengu. The villain awoke to a steady drip of water, clapping the concrete floor. His head was throbbing as each drop slowly built into a puddle. His vision was blurry and his thoughts were jumbled as he struggled to remember what happened and how long he had been in this room. As his other senses started to come back, he could feel his arms burning, realizing they were bound above his head. With superhuman strength, he tried to break the bindings around his wrist. However, they refused to give, biting his exposed flesh for the attempt. You just wrapping up? Yeah. We said if you need to go or anything like that, feel free. But I hope you had a really good stream, and I hope Steins Gate was fun. Looking up at his bindings, he realized they were bound in solar shackles. His eyes narrowed. Few would know how to harvest the materials from a neutron star, and even fewer still would have the technology necessary to work the material into bindings. It was good. Having a lot of fun doing the voices. Oh, is it a visual novel that you're gonna eat and be lurking? Okay, thank you so much for the raid again. Thank you for the lurk, and have a good foods. Have good foods.
Hi, honey.
Thank you for the head pass. I appreciate it. Few would know how to harvest the material from a neutron star, and even fewer still would have the technology necessary to work that material into bindings. As his hearing began to return, he realized that he could hear nothing outside of the room. No hum of centralized air systems, no wind from the outside, not even the usual sounds of bugs digging through the soil, or the crust moving against itself, as if he was underground. With a swift kick of his foot on the concrete beneath him, it's turned to dust. It's turned to powder. Slytherin, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome in. How are you? With a swift kick of his foot to the concrete beneath him... No. With a swift kick of his foot, the concrete beneath him turned to powder, which he quickly blew away with a breath, revealing a subfloor made of the same solar metal. Whoever captured him had been working on this cage specifically for superheroes, an inescapable prison without help. Looking at the walls, he saw no doors, windows, or openings of any kind, and due to the black color, it was impossible to tell the size and space that he was trapped in. Before he could continue to investigate his situation further, a loud clack of metallic feet rang out through the room as a woman appeared out of nowhere, seated in a chair. She was dressed in a pearl and maroon form-fitting suit, with her face obscured by a half mask of crimson red accented with gold outlines at the edges. A sharp smile spread across the woman's face as the hero's face soured, determining the woman was the source of his capture. Her gray-blue eyes locked with his as she pushed onto her feet and sauntered over to stand in front of him. She was almost half a head shorter than him. A sickly sweet fragrance tickled his nose, surprising him that he could not smell it sooner. While distracted, he jumped when he initially felt her fingers trace the symbol on the front of his suit. Her voice was musically gentle, full of a villain's gleeful malice. I'm surprised someone as strong as you would jump at a woman's touch. Have you not held thousands of damsels in distress in all of your heroics? The woman's last word was particularly spat out with disdain. That's short, but still probably taller than Moo. Definitely taller than me. He was unfamiliar with this woman, for out of all the monsters and supervillains he had previously conquered, she was not among them. Her head tilted to the side slightly. possibly picking up on the brief moment of confusion on his face at not recognizing his foe. Clearly, you've picked up on the fact that you don't know me, she said mockingly. It's true. I'm no one to you. No one to the world that you herald from. No one to the galaxy you have protected. So then why? Why would a stranger pluck a hero that's existed for 600 years, defending the galaxy from for all forms of evil, and bring him here? The woman turned and stared the hero down, waiting expectantly for the response. The cogs in the hero's mind began to whirl as the possible reasons were calculated for a solution to the woman's question. Deciding the limited information available, Occam's razor was the best solution to respond to this scenario. His usual stoic and booming voice was surprisingly mute and raspy, as if it had been injured. Obviously, you're new to this whole villain arc, and wanted to make a name for yourself by capturing the best-known hero in the galaxy. I offer credit where credit is due, seeing as how I'm bound in this place with no knowledge of how I got here, or even the faintest idea of where here is. Her lips came together in a tight line, and a wicked smirk teased at the corner of her mouth. The finger that the woman had used to trace the symbol on his chest suddenly punctured through the center of his sternum. The hero gasped in a combination of shock and pain. It had been over 100 years since the last time anyone had broken his skin, and longer yet since the last time he had felt real pain. He grunted, feeling her fingertip wrap around one of his ribs. Their eyes met, anger burning in both sets. Snap. The scream that escaped the hero's mouth was loud enough to shatter glass for miles. As the initial pain settled to a dull ache, his eyes drifted down to the now open wound that the rib had been pulled free from his body. His body shuddered as it fought the early stages of shock, and the rising bile threatened to spill over. He watched as the woman gently settled back into her chair. A closed smile of content, a contented joy, now rested upon her face, clearly proud of what she had just accomplished. "If you're going to torture me, woman," the man said between now labored breaths, "the least you could do is tell me why I deserve it." Her voice was almost laughing. Why? Why does someone who has saved the worlds deserve to suffer? Have you ever thought about what your actions on those worlds meant to the people on them? Her voice began to turn serious as she leaned forward, her arms forming a tripod from her legs to her hands, her chin resting atop of them. "Let me tell you a story about the world you saved." No, emphasizing the last word. Let me tell you a story about a world you saved. A civil war had broken out 200 years ago on Altera, my home world. West and East called for aid, their allies stating they were the side that could lead the world to a better future. Earth answered that call from the Western nations, and you arrived. Do you remember what you said on that day? The hero's eyes widened as the memories came flooding back. His voice trembled. I am here to save your world from those that would destroy your way of life. You have nothing to fear now." His words trailing off as he spoke the second phrase. He had repeated those words thousands of times before, believing their meaning and his ability to act upon them. Looking up at the woman again, his eyes once again narrowed. "Who are you?" She pushed out of the chair once again, approaching the hero of Earth. "Who am I?" Her index finger once again punctured and wrapped around and wrenched another rib free from his chest. "Do you truly remember nothing from your time on my home world? Let me refresh your memory." The hero gasped in pain as a third rib was torn free. "My people had a hero. He was brave, respected by so many, and even fought alongside you in the galactic wars. More than that, however, he had a family, a son, and a daughter." Snap. Another rib was pulled free. Another cry of pain was rendered. You turned on the wrath of Altera, tortured him for answers in this exact manner. Her hand gestured to the ribs that were now protruding from the hero of Earth's chest. He begged you to stop after he told you everything he knew, yet you didn't believe him. Then when my elder brother arrived, to our father's defense, you snapped my brother's neck in front of him. You destroyed my family, you destroyed my home, and then, as a final blow, you gave the location of my father's home to the opposition. Several more ribs had been broken forward from their cage as she spoke. The hero's chest now was a mass of visceral gore that would have killed any mortal man. The hero of Earth's chest was heaving heavily. Pain shot through his entire body with every labored breath. As more memories returned of what he had done on Altera, he looked up at the young woman before him. I remember seeing stories after I left. It was stated that the Western nations proceeded to slaughter the majority of the Eastern army. The remaining people were enslaved. Stories mentioned how your entire family was killed to prevent another villain uprising from your father's bloodline. When I left, when I did, out of shame for what I had done to your brother and father, realizing I did not belong fighting something tantamount to a civil war between nations, between being a foreign world. I could feel the excruciating healing process began to try and repair the damage that had been done. The woman's fingers lifted his chin, and their eyes met once more. Even though I hate everything you did to my homeworld, I must thank you as well. It took me 100 years pretending to be an orphan on the streets of a ruined city, for I was in this very room the day you murdered my father. He could still feel her fingers on his chin as she vanished before his eyes, mimicking the power that her father was famous for. As she reappeared, a surprisingly warm smile was now on her face. Those years I spent alone taught me how to be strong, how to rely on my own power, how to feel compassion for those that were truly in need. He gave me that opportunity to learn what it meant to be a real hero, and so I became one. No one connected me to my father, and you are the first person in 200 years who has seen my father's inherited trait of invisibility. However, I am known for a different ability. Her fingers pulled him forward, and before he knew it was happening, her lips were locked with his. As she pulled away, still locked in a kiss, the hero's earth spirit was pulled free from its physical shell. With a gentle breath, the hero's earth soul was sucked into the woman's mouth, swallowing hundreds of years of knowledge. All the power that the hero of Earth once had was now hers to command. All of his memories were now hers to use and recall. As she looked at the corpse that now hung from the chain before her, a single tear rolled down her face. Now you know. I'm the Soul Eater of Altera, the hero of the Second Galactic War, the one I now know you were too ashamed to join because of what you did to my father. At least you got your final wish, a death that brought with it redemption for your sins. The crew of her vessel had grown accustomed to the Soul Eater's sudden appearances from the teleportation ability she had gained from one of the countless villains she had consumed. The captain of the vessel turned towards her with a baritone voice. Hey, I got this one.
My lady, we had just passed through the inner asteroid belt and should reach Earth within an hour.
She smiled, knowing that it was finally time to bring an end to the Second Galactic War. Earth had sat atop the throne of the planet with the strongest heroes for so long. Their iron reign on the Milky Way was finally over, and people of Earth would have to accept that they would soon be a lesser branch of humanity once more. Kissing? How lewd. What do you guys think of that one? I particularly liked that one. I mean, I'm a fan of Pengu stories in general, but obviously I have my favorites. I still really like the Sandman and Boogeyman one a lot too. At least it's not hand-holding. Well, no, she didn't want to have a baby with him. Gross. That's how you have babies. You touch feet or hold hands. At least that's what my crazy gamer. That's what my crazy gamer told me. Not the fun one that has a bunch of sayings. The crazy one. It's a great story. I think it's a great story too. Apparently, she's never heard of the indomitable human spirit. No. But it also sounds like she's absorbed a lot of superhero powers and villains. You know, I think what I like about it is like there's a fine line between villain and hero, isn't there? When you really break it down, I think one of the DC movies covered that, how like Superman destroyed more than he saved. I think that's what I really like about it. Isa's playing Warframe. We might go say hi to Isa today. Yeah. But I'll be back tomorrow, regardless. We're gonna play some Baldur's Gate tomorrow. Yeah, after I get back from D&D. I'm gonna snooze these ads. I don't know how indomitable the human spirit really is, though. When a villainess from a different planet shows up, how strong are we gonna be? You know? I hope you guys enjoyed the couple stories I got to tell. I know it's only a 4-hour stream, but I think 4 hours is pretty normal for most people to stream, actually. And much better than my 20-minute one yesterday, right? On the bright side, like I said, I think if we play Killing Floor again, I'll get to stream my side. Yeah, she's a powerful alien mommy. I will fold. 4 hours is good, yeah. 4 hours for a chat stream. Like I said, I do want to have them more often. There is one more thing that I want to do before we raid, though. We only ended an hour early, really? Yeah, an hour and like 15 minutes. We're gonna watch Faye's dance video, though, before... Let's see, where would you put it? Selfies? Yes. Visit. Wait, Faye, don't start yet. I have to put you on the screen. Oh yay, you even forgot. Okay, I'm gonna turn off the eerie background sound that probably someone's like, what is that? Did the TV just turn on? Because that's what I've been hearing all night. It's like, what is that buzz? Right, it's this eerie background sound that I forgot. I'm gonna leave the campfire in though, because the ambiance of everything. Alright, you ready? You ready for this? Kitty! Right? It is astonishing how he can move like that. I mean, don't play something I don't want you to play. Have you thought about, are you gonna do like competitions and stuff, Faye? 'Cause you've gotten really, really good. Yeah, go Faye. Truly very, very good. You don't know? Well, even if it's just a hobby to keep to yourself, it's nice to see how much you've like I wanted to say improved. You've just even gotten even more better. More better? Better. You've gotten more gooder. You gotten more gooder at dancing, Faye. Yeah, everybody can see that. Yep. Yep, keep up good work. I'm good at words. Yep. I've gotten quite more gooder. Okay, we're gonna raid out and try to get some sleep in before D&D. We're gonna say hi to Isa, playing some Warframe. Doing some Warframe. Here's your raid messages. I will be back tomorrow with some Baldur's Gate. And then Sunday possibly, depends on what we're going to be playing as a group, on whether or not I'll stream my end. So possibly on Sunday, if not at the absolute very latest, Tuesday. Tuesday for Elden Ring. You don't know why, but you can't tell. But you can tell. I don't know why, but you can tell you can moonwalk. Oh, for sure. You can moonwalk, right? Not something you practice? I bet you can. I bet you could if you tried. You would practice a couple times. Good night, Kaiko. Good night, Myriad. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out. I appreciate it. I hope you had a good night hanging out with me, listening to mostly me talk, but a couple stories. I even brought my scary stories to read in the dark, but I didn't get through any of them. Here, listen. It's all pages. Sounds more like winds. I guess it's not picking it up quite right. But I've got a lot of stories here that I wanted to read too. I guess they don't always have to be scary story night, but I'll save that for next time. Pengu's got some more stories to read anyway. Just a quick one? I already read. There's no... I mean, I guess I could read a quick one of these ones. These ones are actually really short. Let's see. Let's open up a random one. Nope, too long. If I can find a one-page one. About running wild. A young child is stolen by wild animals. For some reason, the animals raise the child instead of eating it. It learns to make the sounds like they make. It learns to eat, run, and kill the way they do. After a while, it only looks human. There you go. Here's a quick one. Alright, that's it for me, guys. I gotta get to bed. But, yeah, I'll be back tomorrow with some Baldur's Gate, so I hope you can make it. And if you can't, I hope you have a really great weekend. And thank you for hanging out with me. We're gonna go say hi to Isa, playing some Warframe. Which I hope to play next week sometime, but we'll find out. But that's it for me, guys. Because I'm out of drink! And that means we're out of time. I'm Kaiko, thanks for watching, and I hope to see you in the next stream. Bye-bye!